Hi everyone, good morning. So we were supposed to start with tea at 10, but our vendors are stuck in traffic, but they're going to be here any moment soon. So we'll might be slightly delayed with tea, but I'll let you know soon. So thank you so much for coming and waiting for a bit. Thank you. Um, Hi, good morning, everyone. So we were supposed to start with tea at 10, but we're really sorry. The caterer's been stuck in traffic and hasn't been making much progress. So in the interest of time, we'll start right now, and we will have a break later for tea. So I apologize for that. Um, so yeah, thank you everyone for joining us today, and we'll soon start the session. So please take your seats. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have all of you here for a conference on building water resilient cities, strategies for wastewater reuse in India. My name is Karishma Shelar, and I'm with the Rural Futures program at Well Labs, and I'm your host for today. In today's conference, we seek to bring together a diverse set of stakeholders in the domain of water management and urban planning. This is to facilitate cross-learning, to effectively diagnose problems in urban planning and the wastewater reuse issues for Bengaluru and other urban cities in India. This is also critical because, as most of us sitting in the room know, that Bengaluru and much of urban India are rapidly growing. This is putting a strain on our natural resources, and it's absolutely critical that we plan better to ensure that the urban population are able to meet their water needs while safeguarding our water resources. I would like to begin today with a few words about our organization, Well Labs, and co-organizers for this event, IAWAG, BAF, and ISF. The Water, Environment, Land, and Livelihoods Labs, or Well Labs, is a research and innovation center. We are based out of the Institute for Financial Management and Research, or IFMR. We work closely with governments, businesses, multilateral institutions, and civil society groups for social impact in land and water sustainability. Well Labs designs and curates science-based solutions to enable high quality of human life while simultaneously nurturing the environment. Our co-organizer for today's conference is the Swiss Federal Institute of Aquatic Science and Technology, or IAWAC. It is one of the world's leading aquatic research institutes. With its professional diversity, close partnerships with practitioners, and international network, IAWAG offers an excellent environment for the study of water as a habitat and a resource. A habitat and a resource for identifying problems at an early stage and for developing widely accepted solutions. Our other co-organizer is the Bangalore Apartments Federation, or BAF, as we all know it. It is a federation representing residents of apartments and housing communities across Bengaluru. BAF has a membership of 1,240 resident welfare associations, comprising more than 3 lakh households and 1.5 million citizens. It has been promoting the interests of apartment residents since 2013, along with sustainable practices in the domain of energy management, water management, waste management, as well as fire safety management. For this lovely venue we are in today, we are grateful to our venue partner, Infosys Science Foundation. It was set up in 2009 to give away the Infosys Prize annually and to honor outstanding achievements of researchers and scientists in 6 categories: engineering and computer science, humanities, life sciences, mathematical sciences, physical sciences, and social sciences. The foundation works with communities of students, educators, and others to create conversations around science and research. It is attempting to foster a dialogue around science and society through talks, workshops, initiatives, performances, and other events. The Foundation's events are part of this larger objective to spark conversations and kindle curiosity about science and scientists. We are grateful to them for making today's event possible. Thank you so much, and a big round of applause for all our co-organizers today. Without any further ado, I would like to begin our first session and welcome our chief guest for today, Shri B.P. Ravi, IFS Principal Secretary, Ecology and Environment, Forest Ecology and the Environment Department of the Government of Karnataka. He will talk about the role of wastewater in building long-term water resilience and the challenges and barriers we need to overcome to better utilize wastewater. So we request you to join us on stage and kickstart today's event.
Thank you, Netra. Friends, we are sitting in a city of 12.9 million people at an altitude about 950 meters or so from the mean sea level. And this city is depending upon the water from the river Kaveri, which is located about 100 meters away from this city. Against a gradient of 300 meters altitude, we are pumping the water day in, day out to sustain 12.9 million people. About 1,500 million liters of the water is being pumped by using energy against the gravity. Whether this is sustainable, this is the question actually I would like to put to all the eminent resource persons. This is a collective arrogance of 21st century human beings. We can't sustain it for a long time. I am from a village where I born in a small village. My house is located just by the side of a tank, which is 100 acres in area. I have seen very good years, drought years, and wet years. I learned my swimming in my tank. It was portable. There are no taps. We used to go there, bring this water. Whether I can go back to those days, that's a question before us. Yes, we can. Technology is available, but we have a psychological mental block. Netra is so educated, so technically tempered. I wanted to ask straight away in her face, have you ever been to an apartment where actually the people are actually utilizing their water, wastewater for drinking purposes? Have you ever tasted it? For a moment, she said, no. This type of a mental block, if this Bengaluru apartment federations overcome, they can not only save the energy, they can share their resources. This is the ultimate that you can do to your humanity. First and foremost thing that actually the fact that we are born as a human beings itself is the greatest thing to happen to all of us. Always I believe conservation is moral, spiritual, and ethical in nature. It's all about action. It comes down to the at individual level. What I do when nobody is watching is conservation. I want to appeal to these Bengaluru apartments federations. I'm told that you are about 1.5 million people. If you can take care of your own water needs, with the available technology, if you use this reuse of water, straight away there will be a 10% reductions in the quantum of the water that is being pumped from the river Kaveri. And what about the surface water that is available in the lakes? All the lakes are actually missing nowadays in the landscape. Everybody points towards government. Government is not doing enough. But who is generating the waste? The individuals. What is our role? As an individual, what actually I can contribute? These are some of the reflections that actually at the individual level, at the family level, at the institution levels, all of us actually we have to reflect ourselves. The solutions are available. Probably that actually we have not gone ahead and put it in a sort of a framework, we can replicate these models elsewhere. And the other day I spoke to Dr. Rand Kodavasla. He said that I've been telling my builders, apartments, all the brand builders use this technology. They don't have the double plumbing, they have the single plumbing. All these actually resident associations which are actually building the apartments nowadays in Bengaluru, they go for a double plumbing because this is a government regulation. The amount actually that they are utilizing in this double plumbing, they could save simply by adopting the technology that is available. For that, actually, a change has to happen at the individual level first, the family level, at the community level. Now, government is actually trying to bring a policies insisting that actually the builders and apartment, the treated sewage water must be utilized for actually the building purposes. Unfortunately, that the report that is submitted by the actually Indian Institute of Science say that chlorine is an issue. The tension and the compression state that actually be relooked. So again, we have to go back to the Indian Institute of Science and find out whether how to actually overcome this, the content of the chlorine that is available in the treated sewage water. If you address this issue, we can insist the actually builders. Now the builders will take this water only for some purposes outward, but they don't actually use for actually mixing the concrete. This is one issue that actually I wanted to flag it up. The Karnataka government actually in the KC Valley, there after treating the water, we are pumping about 450 million liters of the water to the tanks of actually the Kolar district and Chikbadapur district. In the second phase, actually, the government is planning to pump this water to the Ramnagar district. We are utilizing the water for agriculture purposes and also the in charge, not for agriculture purposes, actually for pumping into water, thereby the groundwater will recharge. Government is exploring the possibilities. I want to urge all of you there, you please come up with the policies. Recently, the government of India notified on 13th of October, actually carbon credit, green credits notifications. Fortunately, the usage of the wastewater, the treated usage of the wastewater also can earn some green credits for some of the associations, for some of the institutions which actually involve in this type of green initiatives and activities. And like corporate social responsibility, there is a corporate environmental responsibility is also there. I want to urge the people that actually who are in this realizing this fund of corporate environment responsibility, they must reflect where actually you put your resources, whether it is accounted properly. Because anyway that I am the government, I am bound to answer by all. Even a man on the street can question and come on me, he can question. At the outset, I am told that it is in spiritual and ethical in nature, the conservation. With these few words, I stop here and I want to reflect all of you here, ourselves, that how to make this actually the modern cities, resilient cities. For example, something happens to the actually pumping stations from river Kaveri. What is the alternative for us? Whether if A is not there, whether B is there, we have no answer. Whether groundwater is there, surface is water is there, whether any other reservoir is there, whether any other resources actually like Tippagondanalli is all polluted. It is not potable. What actions actually we can do as citizens, as government, as institutions, all of us have to come together. And in future, if there is a conflict, if there are conflicts between the nation and everything, water is most critical. Already we are witnessing a conflicts based on water, the adjoining countries, adjoining states. We need to reflect all of us. For example, 135 liters of the water is required for human consumptions. At this rate, the Bengaluru city requires about 1,700 million liters of the waters per day. In each day in, day out, pumping this water is not an easy thing. So much of infrastructure is required, so much of resources, so much of energy. This is all required. So we need to reflect how to actually utilize this the wastewater. That is called the sea-based water. That is a treated water. Somebody says there's a market of 400 to 450 crores available. You know that actually most of the cities are actually now UGDs being done, sewer lanes are being done, sewage is being collected, STPs are actually now established. To streamline this actually takes a time, maybe 5 years or 10 years down the line. Till that time, actually, we should take care of our surface water bodies like lakes also, river stretches also. About 11 rivers in Karnataka, they are considered as a polluted river stretches. We need to look at those river stretches also. With these few words, I stop here and I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much for those insightful comments, sir. And I'm sure the personal anecdotes and the suggestions that you've made today will be taken forward by our panelists and participants in the conference. I would now request Shri BP Ravi and Dr. Veena Srinivasan to launch our report on Bengaluru's water balance. The report quantifies how water flows through Bengaluru to better answer conceptual questions regarding water management in the city. It explores alternative pathways towards meeting the city's water demand without increasing supply from the Kaveri River. It also quantifies the dual nature of Bengaluru's water crisis, that is flooding and water scarcity, by investigating the difference in water availability in the wet and dry seasons. Dr. Veena, over to you.
Thank you. Yalarke Namaskara and Suswagata. BP Ravi sir, thank you very much for your remarks, because you really laid the basis for how we are going to go forward, both pointing out, I really like the way you pointed out the ethical and moral dimensions, as well as kind of recognizing the underlying technical issue if we want to actually fulfill this vision that we have for our city. I also wanted to say one thing really quickly. You know, we're talking about the water and wastewater flows in this particular report, but the conference today is about Bangalore's wastewater reuse. And if people kind of worry about, you know, is there kind of what's the connection between these two? One of the reasons that we are here today is that Bengaluru is unique in the world in having a decentralized wastewater management policy. And if we are able to show that we can make this a success and create what the rest of the world is talking about in terms of a circular water economy, then Bengaluru would have shown the rest of the world kind of how to do this. And one of the reasons, there are, of course, lots of very niggling technical issues, regulatory issues that need to be addressed. But if we can show the way, then we've really made not just our city, but the whole world a better place. So that's kind of the basis of this. Now, before this, we want to really talk about the link between why we're thinking about water and wastewater. And on one side, the pollution side, on the other side, the freshwater and water security side, and how these are connected. And the third dimension being floods, and how these are actually interlinked through the city's water balance and the way water and wastewater flow through the city. First, a little bit about Well Labs. As I said, welcome to everybody. Well Labs is a new research and innovation center. We are Bangalore-based. Well stands for Water, Environment, Land, and Livelihoods. And we see ourselves as co-creating evidence-based solutions for land and water sustainability in order to enable a high quality of human life, as well as nurturing the environment. So Well Labs is a transdisciplinary center. I would say we are unique in that respect. We work with science and researchers on one hand, and civil society organizations, government, innovators, startup ecosystem, as well as businesses on the other. Okay, so Well Labs consists of, we have expertise in a variety of areas. Our team includes data science and engineers, hydrologists and geologists, economists and sociologists, community builders that work with the community, as well as entrepreneurs and urban planners. So we have, I would say, a very diverse team of people. And what we do is essentially three things, what we call our three-pronged approach: envision, enable, and evidence. Envision is really about, can we vision what the future could look like in any of the landscapes that we work in? Enable is about how we create and build the ecosystem to deliver on that vision. And evidence is about how we build tools and examine the efficacy of the solutions that we are co-creating and implementing with our partners to ensure that they actually work as expected, and then feed that back into the envision and enable parts of what we do. So this is so today's report is really about this. It's about the flow of water through Bangalore. It's a very pretty picture and it looks deceptively simple, but I would like to say that this is actually years and years of work, because each of the components of this and what it took to actually put these pieces together was involved surveys, it involved building computer simulation models, it involved analyzing secondary data. So a whole bunch of different pieces to kind of try and get at these numbers. And it's important to say at right up front that we are not saying every one of these numbers is correct to the second decimal place, because a lot of the data that's required to get really robust numbers is not in place yet. And so a lot of it is about triangulating across a lot of different data sets and getting closer and closer and reducing those uncertainty bars. You will, all of you come and actually receive this in your package, so you'd be able to take this home and look at it. Now, when we look at this picture, which is kind of a picture of the entire city in a pictorial form, what actually is missing sometimes is we don't realize that there are feedback loops within the different flows. And so I'm going to take you through the more complicated, what we call a Sankey diagram view of this. So and we'll walk you through this bit by bit so that everybody is kind of on the same page. But the main thing that we wanted people to take away from this very complicated diagram is kind of the interlinkages between all of the different pieces that traditionally are thought of as belonging to different agencies. So if you think about wastewater, it's now we have a decentralized wastewater law, so it's part of the Bangalore Apartments Federation. But treated water in centralized STPs would be part of BWSSB. The lakes are part of BBMP and BDA. Construction, of course, is in the hands of private industry. Private bore wells is, under the jurisdiction of individual homeowners and apartment complexes and so on. So we have interlinkages and interloops between many different agencies that manage the flow of water and wastewater through the city, which is what makes governing this and arriving at this vision that we all have for our city really complicated. So let's quickly go over it bit by bit. First, where does the water come from? As Shri BP Ravi said, we are a city that's overly dependent on the Kaveri. The bulk of our water comes from the Kaveri, 100 kilometers away, pumped almost 100 meters above mean sea level. But despite that, because we have a city which is growing so rapidly, there's many parts of the city that are still borewell dependent. So here's kind of the picture of where it is. It's important for us to recognize that for the water that's coming from the Kaveri, it's coming really from a large watershed, which is really eventually being fed by the Western Ghats and then being pumped uphill to Bangalore city. Bangalore's at the top of the ridge between the Kaveri and the Dakshin Pinakini basins. Sorry, there's a little bit of a lag between, so the second piece of it is groundwater. As you can see, the BWSSB supply is still, and it's increasing in stages, is the central part of the city. But a lot of the rapidly growing peri-urban areas are actually groundwater dependent. And if you look at the density of population, actually, those parts are actually even more dense than the city center. City center still has a lot of the green space, institutional land, so on and so forth. So even though a lot of the Kaveri supply is coming to the city center, the most densely populated parts of the city actually are groundwater dependent. Now, where does that water go? A large part of it is lost. Some of that loss is unaccounted for water, so it's actually domestic, but a big chunk of that actually goes back into groundwater recharge. And then you have domestic and commercial and industrial being dependent on both BWSSB and private borewells, and then construction in turn being primarily borewell dependent. And then a lot of the rain that comes, only a small part of that is recharging groundwater because of our hard rock systems. A lot of it's actually surface runoff to lakes, and then some of it is evaporation. Now, if you look at the sectoral demand, obviously, the biggest part of our demand is domestic, a combination of surface and groundwater. But it's important to realize that these pieces, which is industrial, construction, and green space, are currently groundwater dependent. Mr. B.P. Ravi already pointed out the difficulty in expanding construction water use. We would like it to be a lot higher than it is, but because of and if we project, water use into the future, an important part to realize is both the construction and the green space water use are seasonal. It's primarily dry season water use when we have the highest crunch on the city's water supply. So there's a seasonal component to this as well. Then a lot of the wastewater goes into treated and untreated. A small chunk of it remains untreated even today, even though STP capacity in the city is being expanded. And of the treated water, the bulk of it is still in centralized wastewater treatment plants, but almost a fifth of it is in decentralized wastewater treatment plants, which is actually makes Bangalore unique, as I said before. And that's really where the potential for reuse is both from looking at what we can do with the decentralized wastewater treatment effluent as well as the centralized. Now, a big chunk of that treated and untreated wastewater, because it is released into the stormwater drains of the city, feeds the urban and peri-urban lakes, and the lakes also get direct runoff from rainwater. Now, this is a very important component to talk about, because when we look at it from a lake's point of view, because the treated and untreated wastewater enters the lakes, there's an ecological component to Bangalore's wastewater strategy. But the second component is because the lakes are now filled with treated and untreated wastewater, they tend to be full. Almost half of the 40% of the lakes are more than half full perennially all the time. And this means that the space for floodwater or capture of floodwater reduces. And so if you want to really look at the three components, the wastewater side of it, the lakes and the flooding side of it, and the water security, they have to be looked at in a holistic fashion. And then finally, the water from the lakes, as well as some of that treated wastewater, goes downstream. Now, the point of this entire report, as we said, is, and a lot of that wastewater is actually now through the wastewater transfer to rural projects is going to Kolar and Chikbalapur and serving agricultural needs in those areas. Now, the point of this entire report, as we said, was to enable us to think about Bangalore's water and wastewater in an integrated fashion, and basically start as the starting point of that conversation on how do we reuse wastewater effectively, which component of it should go to rural areas, the extent to which we should use wastewater locally, both for direct reuse as well as for perhaps for recharge of aquifers, and how do we start thinking about this entire system from moving Bangalore from what we call a linear water economy to at least a partial circular water economy. And for the rest of the day today, the conversation is really about how to deal with all of the technical and legal complexities to make this happen. So this was really about laying the context of the overall, the rest of the day today. And I'll end my presentation there. And I don't know if we have time for questions now, or maybe over tea. So we'll do it over tea. We started because we did want to give you guys a chance to have tea and catch up as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivasan. I'm sure some of you would want to read the report in detail. It's available through a QR code, which should be on one of the brochures in the kits that you've received. So you can take a look at the report and get back to us for questions. We'll now break for tea. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. So it's about 10:48. Be in the room by 11:05 to begin with the next session. Q&A can be conducted over tea. Dr. Srinivasan will be here, and of course, as well as others who worked on the reports. Thank you.
We need two mics out here. Yeah.
Oh, we're not placing that.
This will be a video.
Oh, so you guys will-
And then I get a video.
Do you have anybody else who can help you with placing? Rajesh? Is there something about?
It's
No, no, no. It's not.
I'll keep a chair there. Yeah?
I just need this.
Yeah, you can. He keep getting up. This time we need three chairs. Sorry. No, do you have a shampoo? Shampoo? Oh, see. Check. Doing a mic check. Yeah. Doing a mic check. Doing a mic. Shashank, I think you'll have to increase the volume of this mic. You want to know?
Are you okay? Do you need anything? Do I get you some coffee?
I don't know. Just one thing, I think maybe for the future, okay, there's nobody's going to speak. There's going to be only you. Yeah, nothing. Just, but you will be the one. It's like for you. Maybe on Christian, we just tell you that. When please come on stage, and do that. I'll do that. I don't want to do it for me, but Christian.
check, 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 test. 1, 2, check.
Hi, doing a mic check. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, I think it sounds good.
Just that click.
From now, Krishna, continue it. I don't.
Check, 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 test. Check. 1, 2, check, 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 check. Check, test. 1, 2, check. Check, check, check.
Hello everyone. We're going to resume the session soon. I would request all Well Labs members to send the guests inside. I'll go in. Okay. Switch it off for now. Yeah.
Before we move to the next session, we would like to screen a short video address by Mr. Vishwanath S., the trustee of the Biome Environmental Trust. It was established in 2009 as a public charitable trust with the aim of assisting and educating the general public on the importance of ecological and environmental preservation, as well as social responsibility. Shashank, could you please play the video?
My name is Vishwanath. I'm from the Biome Trust. I've been working in the water and wastewater sector for the last 36 years. One of the things we need to do to go with the rapid urbanization and water demand, not only
Shashank, if you can hear me,
population
the volume is
but also
not
the economic
very
demand
good.
which
I don't think it's
input on the
audible.
waters that we are having with special economic zones and other industries coming nearby is to look at a rationalized water use. Treated wastewater is brought into play, then we can up the game to be able to cater to a larger population, but also to nature, but also for livelihoods, and also for food security, plus industrial demand and construction water demand. So if the existing infrastructure, which is already in place, is upgraded, the sewage network is upgraded so that all sewage which flows in the city is collected and taken to treatment plants. The decentralized wastewater treatment plants, and some lessons are learned from the zero liquid discharge or how much of the wastewater is actually reused in these individual apartments and gated communities. And if you are able to pick the excess supply and make sure that it's formally used, not informally disposed of into stormwater drains, but formally used for particular purposes. It could be for construction activity, or it could be for reaching wetlands and lakes. And it's crucial that the wetlands and lakes, especially in the periphery of the city where large apartments are coming up and where the city is actually growing, that those lakes and wetlands are protected and they become the recipients of the treated wastewater from the apartments as well as from the general wastewater, which is treated by the BWSSB. That is reached, then the shallow aquifer of Bangalore seems to offer an opportunity for further treating this wastewater, plus being filled up and therefore requiring less energy to pump up. Currently, deep borewells go to 1,400 to 1,600 feet deep. But if we're able to understand the shallow aquifer and recharge it through used water and wetlands and lakes as the medium of further polishing and treatment, then shallow aquifers can come up. We have this opportunity of protecting wetlands and lakes, refilling shallow aquifers, using less energy, therefore less carbon emission, therefore climate adaptation in a way, and climate mitigation also because of the less carbon emission. Adaptation because we're going to reuse used water. So these possibilities all exist in Bangalore. What is needed from a wastewater reuse perspective is a strong institutional framework, a legal framework, and a financial framework, and a financial framework of investments in the appropriate infrastructure to make best use of the source of generation of the wastewater. For now, it's the 555 wastewater treatment plants of the BWSSB and the 3,500 decentralized wastewater treatment plants. If we can network all these wastewater treatment plants and link it to particular sustainable demand, then that will be of help. So what we need are accountable governance structures first in place, and then the rest will follow.
Thank you, Mr. Vishwanath, for that. We shall now move on to our first panel discussion for the day. The topic here is planning and implementing effective wastewater management. We will be joined on stage now by Shri Prasanta Mohapatra, Mr. Vikram Rai, and Dr. D.N. Ravi Shankar. We will be joined virtually by Mr. Eli Cohen and Professor V. Srinivas Chari. Dr. Veena Srinivasa, Executive Director. Dr. Srinivasan will be moderating the session. Before we begin, I would like to quickly introduce our panelists for today. Shri Prasanta Kumar Mohapatra is the Engineer-in-Chief of the Odisha Water Supply and Sewage Board, Department of Housing and Urban Development, Government of Odisha. He has over 30 years of experience in water supply and sewage systems and has implemented sewage projects in Puri and Bhubaneswar. Dr. Ravi Shankar joined the Bangalore Water Supply and Sewage Board, or BWSSB, in 1980 and served in various cadres for 29 years. He specializes in wastewater recycling and reuse and has served as a technical advisor to the Honorable Minister for BWSSB. Mr. Vikram Rai is the General Secretary of the Bangalore Apartments Federation. He is an engineering graduate from BITS Pilani and runs a health tech startup. He previously co-founded a social impact consulting firm before which he worked in the technology industry for 8 years. Professor Chari is the director of the Center for Urban Governance, Environment, Energy, and Infrastructure Development at the Administrative Staff College of India, ASCI. An urban environmental planner and public health engineer, he has over 2 decades of experience in urban infrastructure services, governance reforms, and equity. Mr. Eli Cohen is the CEO of Ayala Water and Ecology. He's a sustainability expert with over 26 years of experience in designing and implementing natural ecological solutions. He's an advisor to the National Mission for Clean Ganga and has worked with governments and industries around the world on sewage treatment, watershed rehabilitation, and environmental well-being. I would now request all our participants in the room, our panelists in the room, to come on stage.
Perfect. Thank you everyone again for agreeing to be part of this panel. So as just to set the context again, as I said this morning, is we are really looking at, we have each of you because each of you brings very different lenses and experiences from both within India and as well as from outside India. And so we really wanted to basically see how we could put these together to see how these kind of add up to and inform Bangalore's own strategy as we go on wastewater reuse. I'm actually going to start today's panel with Dr. Ravi Shankar. So Bangalore, as we said, has a unique approach to wastewater treatment. And even probably I would say San Francisco is far behind, but maybe the closest in terms of attempting this sort of a very bold, decentralized approach. So, in a sense, today almost about a fifth to a quarter of Bangalore's wastewater is treated in decentralized wastewater treatment plants owned by apartment complexes as well as commercial complexes. Now, can you explain the history a little bit to us, saying how did Bangalore kind of reach here? What was the reasons that we went on this path, which is bold and unique, but also, in your opinion, has it worked? What's worked? What's not worked? How can we do better?
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I thank give me opportunity to make me a candidate today. Yeah. I have vast experience, but where we started realizing money. Once we did that project, then Bharat Electricals Limited came, wheel and axle factory came, and so many other industries. Now it is entire water is sold out. Now similarly, when we went to, we set up another treatment plant in Kabban Park. We started drilling the water to all the, including Kabban Park, Vidhan Soda, Bangalore Race Course, then Bangalore Golf Club. It is sold out. It is fully sold out. So we are making very good money out of that. Then one more plant we established in Lalbagh. It was also a successful case study. So Lalbagh is getting recycled water for irrigation. So again and again successful story. Then like this, we wanted to sell water in the 60 MLD plant in Mysore Road, V Valley plant. That did not took place due to some, because of the high pumping costs and other things. Proper industries did not come at that. Now, after that, we realized with the consultations with the irrigation department and all the need for water for districts around Bangalore, like Kolar, Chikbalapur and all. During that time only, in 90s only, we were thinking, why should we not pump the recycled water to all these lakes and all in towards Kolar and Chikbalapur and around Anekal, Ramnagar and all those things. This was only on the paper at that time. Now it has become, as BP Ravi was telling, it has all become a reality. Even before that, it's not that that water was not being used. It was used indirectly by Tamil Nadu people. So water after Vattur and Belandur, it used to find way towards Tamil Nadu, and they were using that water for irrigation. Now, with the rapid urbanization, all these things, there was a need. Then government went for a Tinola project to bring water to the districts around the Bangalore. But still, that project is really under commissioning stage. Shortly, it will be maybe in a month or two. Some stage will lead to this one. Now, this is the one which there is a positive thinking, positive progress that's happening in the wastewater recycle and reuse in the Bangalore. There are some challenges. There are really challenges. It's not that decentralized treatment. Now,
About all of this. Interference between the mics. You've talked about the centralized one, but can you tell us a little bit about the ZLD?
Correct.
How we
Now,
went there?
earlier, there's the original planning of the government was to have a centralized treatment plant, and then centralized treatment plants as decent as some, because people wanted the STPs at that time away from the community, because everybody was afraid of setting treatment plants nearer to the community, because people used to resist that. They're not in my backyard. An STP next to my house, everybody used to resist. That was the order of the day at that time. So earlier planning was all put all treatment plants away from the community. So in fact, KNC Valley plant, which is now center of city, it was away from the city when I joined the water board. No one small village was there near that. Only Bangalore airport was there. Now it has become the core area of the city. Like that. So it was correct planning for that time. Now order of the day is not like that. So if you have a decentralized treatment plant, your cost of pumping, your cost of the size of the sewers, everything will reduce. So that concept of decentralized treatment plants came somewhere in nearly to year 2000. So then the serious thought was given by the government pollution control board to start a decentralized treatment plants within the city, and the government also made it mandatory for bigger set, more than 2,000 square meters apartments and all to put their own treatment plant and then reuse within the premises, so that it will save precious water. In fact, as BP Ravi was telling, if we get Kaveri water, it comes all the way from 100 kilometers, and against pumping it up 500 meters in 3 stages. I don't know how many of you have seen. If we can pump a Maruti car in our pipeline from Tikali to Bangalore, that's the size of the pipe. The pipe it can carry a Maruti car. That's the size of the pipe. If you see our pumping stations, it is like a power generating station. It's not like pumping station. So much of power is consumed. So such huge, good quality of water, just flush it goes to a drain. So that means you have to, it's the order of the day that we have to, this is Bangalore. You can't stop the growth of Bangalore. It is going 360 degrees all around, and nobody can stop it. And 70% of GDP comes from Bangalore only. So it is better to reuse the water as much as possible, and more sustainable alternative sources reusing the wastewater for the specific purpose. So with the pollution control board and government Karnataka made it mandatory for apartments to do decentralized treatment plants. And there are more than around 3,000 treatment plants that is working. I think it's highest in India. and very good planning is going on, but there are still challenges I think we have to address. I'm so happy that Well Labs is involved in all this planning. Earlier, we used to see only Indian Institute of Science and other organizations working like this. Some colleges working like now, a private sector coming like this. I'm so happy to be part of this family.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Vikram, over to you, because I know that one of the challenges, and in a sense, on one hand, this idea of like pipeless cities or solarless cities or whatever, this is kind of futuristic. On the other hand, I think the apartments in Bangalore have kind of been left to kind of figure this out a little bit. You can say be pioneers, or as a positive way, but also kind of figure this out, I would say. So can you tell us a little bit from BAF's experience, of decentralized sewage treatment? How has it worked? Is the mandate functioning from BAF's perspective? And then where is there scope for improvement, or what needs to be fixed?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting phrase that you use, Veena, that you've been left to figure it out. Actually, a lot of people have figured it out. We have actually today people like Aditya amongst us who's been a apartment MC member and then has turned a water management entrepreneur, right? Which is also the opportunity out there. But having said that, just coming back to the whole mandate itself, the premise of BAF having come together actually is rooted in the cause of wastewater treatment and STPs, right? So in some sense, that's the history that we have. Both in 2013, BWSSP, and 2016, when BAF came together again, was on the issue of retrospective implementation of STP, right? So we've actually fought that policy of implementing decentralized STPs to start with, fundamentally because we felt that that was a knee-jerk sort of a reaction. The policy itself was taken as a response to environmental events, which was not anticipated. And then there was a sudden reaction. So largely Bengaluru Lake's case in NGT, what it played out, and then the way the STP mandate decentralized. But at BAF, I think our thought process is that, while the way that has been approached has historically been a little erroneous, but the approach and that model is good and futuristic, like how you said, right? Can you look into the future, right? It just makes logical sense to say that if there's a lot more water which is available locally, right, which doesn't have to travel from 150 kilometers at the rate of pushing a Maruti car, it just makes much more logical sense, right? But having said that, I think the mandate, like I said, has been a little bit more reactionary, right? I came to Bangalore in 1996 when the population of Bangalore was 49 lakhs, right? And today we are breaching 1.5 crores. Bangalore has grown at the rate of 3.5% year on year in terms of population. So I don't think so anybody anticipated that growth. And in some sense, with that growth also has come the production of wastewater, both consumption and demand for fresh water, as well as the, like he said, 70-80% of the water in 2-3 minutes becomes gray water immediately, right? Which is waste. But I think from a mandate point of view, there are 4 or 5 things which needs to have been thought through. It's not too late. It has to be thought through as we go along. We're building a progressive policy, which is what I think we are all trying to do, basically, right? I mean, one is the whole technology infrastructure question, basically, right? How good is technology and infrastructure for decentralized treatment systems is something which there has to be a slightly more wider and standardized debate on, right? And that's not an area that we understand as much. We're consumers at the end of the day. We don't have, I mean, we probably will end up paying the cost for that, etc., and all that. But I think government at a larger level should have a more consultative discussion on saying that what standards, what technologies will work well for decentralized STPs, decentralized treatment system of different capacities, basically. Today, the average consumer does not understand that. So when he or she or a community has to make a choice, they have no clue, right? As much as possible, we are trying to give information, support, etc., but that information in a more general standardized form does not exist, part number 1, right? Second is, I think in terms of also the skill and training and that ecosystem towards running it, at the end of the day, it is a very, very, it's a technology system, it's a running system, it requires expertise, etc. To do that, and especially in a residential kind of a scenario where communities have at best part-time management leadership who are constantly changing, to have good quality technical expertise, manpower, etc., trained manpower to run that, right, is a key area to focus on. I think the mandate should think about those things as well, right? The third part is in terms of how integrated is the value chain itself, right? You can't just mandate and say that, install the decentralized STP, but you figure out whatever happens with what is the sub-products, byproducts, etc., and all that. So I think that needs to be thought through as well. Today, unfortunately, I think Sir quotes a lot of examples from 1995 on how treated wastewater found a market. Karnataka Golf Association, Bengaluru International Airport are all good examples. We need to build on that example to say that, hey, these can actually be extended at a policy level for economic benefit, right? And that makes my next point. Economics is very, very important today to factor out. Now, BWSSB sort of tasted blood to say that, treated water can be sold and it generates income today, right? Why can't everybody else do that as well? Today, an average community spends a lot of money treating that water. And if there is an economic incentive to be able to manage that, I mean, use what you can, and rest of it will find the use in the right appropriate point, is, I think, a very important unlocking mechanism from the mandate point of view to happen, right? I think that will make sure that people will know that, if treatment of wastewater in situ incurs cost, but at the same time, it generates value, it will automatically then unlock the willingness of people to do that. I think that's the biggest barrier which we have fought today. At least in BAF, we are saying today we are taking a slightly different approach and position to the conflict of our own constituents, right? And I'm stating this openly that, compliance and looking at public services as a provider, the government as a provider of public services is not sustainable over a period of time, especially in the environmental area, right? To say that, water, energy, etc., needs to have much more efficiencies built in terms of how you consume, how you reuse, etc., is something that we can take a lead on. So we are trying to say that, let's go beyond compliance. Let's look at innovation, technology, market models, etc., which can help people adopt beyond of course, if the government is a participant and a stakeholder in that, I think we see that from Mr. Ravi's notes as well, that, you not participate and enable it, it's better. But I think this policy the mandate cannot be knee-jerk and responsive. It needs to think through, like you said, what does the future population mean? How much is it likely to go? We believe that by 2030, the population will cross 2 crores or maybe earlier, right? Now, for that capacity, what is the freshwater requirement? What is the wastewater which will be generated? And will that wastewater create enough opportunity? Do we have a mandate or a policy which enables good use of that treated water? Is the way we have to think about it. And of course, from our point of view, I think we are preparing the ground for that behavioral change, to say, like how he said, many years back, putting an STP, I mean, somebody who has an STP close to their house will say, I don't want it over here. It's not my problem. So those are all the behavioral changes we are trying to change and solve with the various campaigns. But yeah, I mean, with obviously support from people like you, but that can happen. It should happen.
Wonderful. Perfect. So even though we don't have the other two panelists, but they can hear us. So that's good. I mean, that's a really very insightful set of remarks, Vikram, because I think that firstly, it's amazing that Bangalore as a high-tech city has kind of come together through the Apartment Federation to kind of say, how do we fix this? But I think I really like your kind of way of saying, your history of saying, first we resisted it because this was imposed as a compliance. You got to comply, otherwise we fine you. But now starting to take a positive view, because when you flip the equation from looking at wastewater as a headache that you're going to then be fined if you don't take care of, which is really where the traditional conventional thinking is, to wastewater as a resource, but then saying that if it's only centralized STPs that can benefit from that thinking, but decentralized STPs have to just figure it out, like you can't benefit. But what you're really saying is, if we flip it, let's flip it for everybody. We have a city with 20%. I would call this Bangalore's great wastewater experiment. And let's see what we can actually, whether we can fix this or figure it out or abandon it. I don't know. Maybe that's, but eventually whatever we learn, can we teach the rest of the world basically from what we learn? And that's really why we are excited to collaborate both with Sir through Green Lantern Engineering as well as Bangalore Apartments Federation. I wanted to now move to Prasanta sir about the experience from Odisha. I know, everywhere we go, we hear about how Odisha is doing everything differently. So we wanted to hear about your experience in implementing wastewater and where you see this, what we are talking about, centralized versus decentralized, and how is Odisha thinking about it in its own future?
Thank you very much for inviting me here, which is co-hosted by UAG. In June, in fact, I was invited by UAG to, and where I could learn many from Shreya and all. Lot of work is being done in Bangalore itself, so that is quite very encouraging. I also learned much about the apartment works, the decentralized wastewater management that is happening in Bangalore. So that is quite innovative in terms of what is happening in the country. In terms of what we are doing in Odisha, in urban Odisha, our population is around 7 million in 115 towns. We have wastewater, sewerage systems and STPs in 5 cities. And in rest of the cities, we are doing things in very decentralized way, collecting fecal sludge management and grey water management separately. In fact, we were able to, the situation in 2015 was quite different. We started with 2% of wastewater treatment, and now we have been able to saturate that. So that is our story. And in all what we do, community participation is the key. In all our, FSTPs that we have built in all the towns and cities, it's all run by, operated and maintained by the community partners. And after saturating the FSM, now we are moving into the grey water management, which we discuss in UAC. So we also trying to do that also in a very decentralized manner, so that we'll be eventually will be able to manage the grey water or treat the grey water, and maybe it will be perhaps useful for reusing them in the agriculture sector. That is one aspect. Coming to the apartment side, in Bhubaneswar itself, it's a big city. It's a 1 million plus city. We have more than 1,200 apartments. Some are within the city, within the Bhubaneswar Municipal Corporation, and many are beyond that also. And we have been trying to establish a baseline. What is happening in those apartments? It is no different than what is happening in Bangalore itself, in terms of, let's say, builders building the apartments and installing the wastewater treatment systems, and later on handing over to the apartment owners, the association. And then ultimately they are finding that it is not working, or after some time becoming defunct. And because there is no proper market, so you don't find operators operating them, and they are also clueless. This is also my first-hand experience in some of the apartments. So we are trying to establish a baseline, trying to understand in the sense that improper treatment of wastewater also is leading to water pollution, and down it's polluting a river, Daya, flowing in the city. Therefore, tackling the wastewater treatment from these apartments will be a long-term goal in improving the water quality, and also figuring out the reuse potential of that. So, but then it is going to be a long story, because as I hear from the work that has happened in Bangalore, so we have to do a lot of catch up from my own personal experience that I can say. So that is the way we do in Odisha, wastewater management and fecal sludge management and grey water management. Thank you.
You've actually raised some very important issues that I hope will get tackled, if not rest of today, but at least over the next year as we work together. The first separating fecal sludge and grey water versus decentralized wastewater treatment, and one of those is the correct way to go, and for different types of categories.
mentioned this issue of retention because in Bangalore, we see that the developers are incentivized to cut costs and finish the construction, get the occupancy certificate and get out and then stick to the apartments to figure out on their own later. So this is an important issue of how do we align incentives. And the last point you made is the issue of manpower, which is how do we create the ecosystem of trained, skilled manpower. If you're going to have 3,000 apartments, so centralized used to be just few people in the city who knew how to run the apartment. Now we are saying we need 3,000 people in every apartment building who knows something about it. So these are very important points.
So I wanted to actually move over now to Mr. Srinivasachari online. Can you give us a broader perspective on wastewater recycling in Bangalore? And I hope you heard the remarks, or at least some part of it, in terms of the pathways for ensuring safe wastewater reuse. And can you, I know that you have, ASCII has a pan-India kind of view. So can you give us some examples from other cities that have made different choices from Bangalore and what we can learn from them? Is he?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Thanks a lot. So I could gather from the literature as well as from the conversations that I could hear that the focus of conversation is about decentralized wastewater management in Bangalore and the positives, challenges, and how do we strengthen it. So typically, this term decentralized, if you ask engineers, they all agree that they do have decentralized, but I think we need to clarify that there is a centralized treatment systems now often get decentralized. So in a context of Bangalore, there will be about 20 STPs. And from an engineer's point of view, that's a decentralized wastewater management. So we're not discussing that. All we are discussing is at the point of generation treatment system, particularly in high-rise buildings. I think in Bangalore, your cutoff point is about 25 dwellings and a bit of STP square meter area. I think 5,000 or 7,000 square meter. Then you need. It's mandatory to have on-site STPs for wastewater recycling. So it is in this context. If you look at this approach, the second approach is what we are looking at. And Bangalore is a thought leader. I'm aware of that. And there are a lot of studies and a lot of discussions happened around this. And a lot of cities look up to Bangalore for replication of this and learn from this. So if you look at world over, there are very few countries, they follow this approach. Even a well-established thought leader, Israel, where they recycle 80-85% of used water. They centralize the treatment and then use it for agriculture and various other applications. If you look at even the most advanced economies where recycling is happening, even Singapore, where new water, they centralize it and then they aggregate it in one place or one or two places, treat it and then recycle it back. So now they went for a deep sewer system. They take it and then put a tertiary treatment and then use it for non-potable applications. So the world over trend is not to follow the model that India follows, except in few places. The exception being Japan, where they have a very strong ecosystem. Right in the household where matter, even a small household, they have on-site wastewater treatment. They call it as JICASO, or its governance is called JICASO Act. Except Japan, there are no benchmarks for India to learn from. And India, in fact, offer many lessons for other countries. But Japan is something we need to seriously look at. And that's where Mr. Vishwanath, I think I heard briefly, the whole focus of success or failure, be it Bangalore, be it Hyderabad or anywhere, lies in accountability in this whole decentralized system. Accountability in terms of standardization of technologies, how these technologies get established in buildings. There has to be an empaneled, trained professionals to put the system in place, periodic monitoring, every quarter monitoring, third-party monitoring sometimes, and then desludging activity, because these STPs would also generate a lot of sludge. It has to go to a sensible place. That's what the supply chain or a value chain we are talking about. So Bangalore is a very classic case, and for that matter, most of our cities. Most of the cities, they have decentralized systems. When the building area is about 20,000 square meters, gated communities, and it's coming under the environmental impact assessment notification. It's not just Bangalore, everywhere. However, Bangalore went tighter, and then that's why through regulatory agency PCB that they have started this. Now the two fundamental problems here, we need to fix it as a part of this conversation. Number one, there is a very clear split incentive in this whole thing. The developer doesn't want anything. Developer wants some dummy STP and then get out of the system. And then the burden is on the occupiers and who are going to. It's a classic case of split incentive. This is common in energy field, energy efficiency, building codes. The builder doesn't care a damn about it. They just want occupation. For occupancy certificate, they want a STP, they do it, then move forward. Unless and until we make it mandatory for a dual piping and 100% recycling system. Now we are doing it in Hyderabad right now. It's actually dual piping and mandatory recycling. That's a test of the situation. Even the quality assurance will be ensured if we have a complete recycling. Because then the residents will challenge. If the quality is smelly, if the quality is turbid, if it's colored, then the treatment is not doing well. Instead of we putting a online system downstream, the citizens can monitor themselves. So here, the split incentive in this case is a big challenge. The developer wants something and get out of exit the system after a year or two, after performance guarantee period, or what you call due diligence period of 2 years or 1 year, preventive maintenance, they do it and then they exit. Under RERA now, they have been asked to stay for 5 years, but nobody stays. So that's number one. Number two, the regulatory framework is very weak. Now PCB is monitoring it or meant to monitor it. Now PCB has 100 things to do. In absence of regulation, Bangalore is doing wonderful. In fact, I must compliment Bangalore because of the civil society groups taking on that responsibility. It is like drunk driving. The law is there, Motor Vehicle Act is there, but if there is no police personnel on the road, we cannot expect drunk driving regulation to work. Imagine for a month, PCB stops monitoring the industries. They will behave probably worse than what builders behave. So I would say that the builders' behavior in Bangalore is fabulous, 5-star. Despite weak regulation, you are doing very well. Now with strong regulation, we will do much, much better. There is no regulatory oversight in Bangalore, if I may use the word, on a regular basis, not annual basis or once in a while compliance. But like in Japan, it's every 3 months they have to have a third-party inspection. Then the quality of the whole treatment system will work and you will see the impact on the downstream lakes and water bodies. So my closing argument here is that Bangalore is doing well, is a thought leader from a climate crisis point of view, from water security point of view, from all aspects. Here the debate is not centralized versus decentralized. Then there we get into a complete different paradigm, whether it is the right approach. Why Israel went for a centralized recycling, why Singapore went for a centralized recycling, why Bangalore went for a on-site recycling. That debate, I think we need to do a much better analysis in terms of costing, life cycle costing. But that's a different story altogether. But given the hard reality that we have a regulatory we have an act in place, we have a regulation in place. The question is about strengthening the regulation by giving this responsibility to BWSSB, not to KCB, not to Pollution Control Board, because the compliance of STP is also governed by the BWSSB. the compliance of decentralized STP should also be taken care by them with the support of the PCB, because PCBs are all very busy with industry activities. They already crib about it, that they are overloaded. So let this delegate it to the BWSSB, and then we can put an online system, build a separate vertical in the BWSSB for decentralized systems. And there'll be a 3-4 member team who will be more managing it, and they can outsource it like energy sector, ECBCs. We have examples of how ECBC has implemented third-party agency. I think there are models available. We have learned from Bangalore and we are trying to replicate it in other cities. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, Mr. Chari. Actually, very, very important point that is made about moving, firstly, overall on the regulatory structure and what is the regulatory architecture of ensuring that decentralized wastewater treatment plants function, and then also the suggestion to move from PCB to BWSSB as something that we can think about. I also wanted to just park what you've said about this idea of doing a full cycle costing and bringing in energy, capital costs, O&M costs, and so on, and basically looking at these alternatives, because this is also changing very quickly. In one sense, what was possible 25 years ago with technology, the reason we are seeing a push for decentralized wastewater treatment plants is because technology is changing. So both very, very good points. I wanted to now move to our last panelist, Mr. Eli Cohen, who's unfortunately not able to come today, to talk a little bit about the Israeli experience. The rest of the world looks at Israel in terms of its efficiency and technology, in terms of its success in wastewater reuse. And I'm wondering whether you can tell us about some of the components that have made that successful.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you, Well, for inviting me. Sorry for not being there. Next time. Actually, I want to speak about Bangalore more. I tell you why. Because 100 years ago, Bangalore used to be a world model for watershed management. You had thousands of lakes, all connected with canals and pipes, leading stormwater to the TG Hali, which used to be the source of water for the city. And you have a huge watershed which get a lot of water every year. You have enough water to recharge your aquifers, enough water for drinking. What's happening today is that actually the city grew in itself in the last 30, 40 years. And actually you're losing a lot of water. And every day when you have a rain, and every day when you just get rid of your sewage, which is actually a commodity if you think about it. And this system 100 years ago that was built in this amazing city was not only a rainwater harvesting system, it was also a stormwater buffer. It hold the water on site, allow it to recharge the aquifer, reduce the air pollution by creating green areas, active ones, and it was kind of amazing social centers for people all over. And many of it have been disappeared, and it can be rejuvenated. That's the good part of it. It can be regenerated, maybe not completely, maybe not all the way, but with the right adjustment, we can actually rejuvenate and rehabilitate part of it, and mainly rejuvenate the concept. And the concept is to do it on site. And shifting into decentralized system is good, but when these decentralized systems are depend on outsourcing energy and need maintenance constantly, it won't survive too long. It's need to be sustainable as possible. When we talk about resilient urban area, resilient city, the city that is sustainable, can maintain itself, can rejuvenate and allow we take it from yoga, the prana, the energy, the flow in the city, running freely in the city, which is the water, which is the source of life, which is actually using the gravity, using the topography in the right way, and the recharging the aquifer in the same time, reducing air pollution, and treating your sewage on site as decentralized, but with minimal energy. And over here, we answering two questions. We answering the need for more water on site, recharging the aquifers, and also reducing carbon footprint dramatically. So this is the experience that Bangalore should rejuvenate, which it had been done 100 years ago and less than that. Israel is a good example of a country that actually knows how to recycle and to reuse its water. But Israel is a small country, very small country. And we don't need a long piping systems like over here. We are not so dense in many places, so it's very easy to transfer water and sewage from place to place. To implement something like that in a city like Bangalore, that it's very dense, cut it with pipes and pumping stations, etc., and to feed it with energy, it's almost impossible. And a change need to be done in the way we're thinking and approaching to the solution. And of course, we are not against technology. Technology is good, but when we can avoid it, let's do that. And this is the approach that we are believing it, that the nature-based solution to implement it around the city in different places to prevent floods by holding the water upstream, to let this rainwater or even treated wastewater into the aquifer, recharge them, and to control the water flow in the city in a way that it will rejuvenate your lakes, keep it clean and nice, people will enjoy it, and create beautiful parks that will be connected by nalas that will become to be pathways inside the city. This is the future of the city, and it can be done.
Wonderful, Mr. Cohen. Thank you for bringing up those points about energy, because I think keeping the energy use kind of manageable is key to making this entire thing work, because the whole reason for recommending decentralized waste or generally wastewater reuse in the city is to save some of those pumping costs. So we don't want to kind of then spend that same energy in terms of this. What I'm going to do actually is, since we have only 5 minutes left, I would actually like to open it and get a few questions from the audience. Are there audience questions? Yeah.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Srinivas and I'm representing IHS, Indian Institute for Human Settlement. My question is, ma'am was speaking about the dual condition that Bengaluru faces. That is sometimes, flooding and sometimes water scarcity. So, I mean, if it is either one of the condition, we could blame it on nature and climate. But if it is the dual condition, it clearly shows that it is the management failure. My question is, where are we exactly failing? Is it a planning, implementation, infrastructure, or the civil participation? Because in the video, Vishwanath sir was saying about strengthening policy and financial framework, but is that all?
Okay.
And also one more thing, like I wanted to, ask few comments on the, working together, because BBMP I saw is looking mainly after lake rejuvenation and BWSSP is on wastewater treatment. Like how often they come together and work?
Yeah, it's a good question. The reason for flooding has been one of the major problems in Bangalore, with heavy intensity rainfall in short period. Usually it causes flooding in the low-lying areas. The best way, the reason for that is most of the wastewater or the treated water, whatever is there, or partially treated water, is finding way into the lakes of Bangalore. And all lakes are full always 365 degrees, and most of the lakes are overflowing 365 days also. So if sudden rain comes, the water level rises in the lakes and then finds way into the overflows over the wastewater, and our stormwater drains are not designed for such a peak discharge of the water. So now government recently in Bangalore, I was in part of that discussion. Whatever we are planning is like, for example, I tell you an example. If assume that there is KRS is not there, every rains there would have been flooding in the downstream area. That means our dams are functioning as a flood control reservoirs. Now, why this lake should not be used as a flood controlling system? So all these things, the serious thought was not given for using lakes as a flood controlling aspect. So now BBMP is planning a small gates on the wastewater the gates will be kept open during just before the rains, and water level will be down during that rainy season. And during floods, the lakes will get filled up, and the size of the opening will be to that of the carrying capacity of the stormwater drain. So they have done already for Doddanekundi Lake and another lake there. Now they're planning for other lakes also. So with this, when there is level down during rainy season, lake water, storm water gets filled up into the lake. And then when there is in summer season, the lake, that gate will be closed and the lake will be open. This as a trial basis, they have done in 2 lakes, and they're planning for other lakes also. It may, according to me, there will be a good sustainable solution because of that. There's one more thing that happens now. When you open the gate, the surface water goes out of the lake and fresh water joins replaces that lake, that water. There may be some improvement in the quality of water of the lake also, because you are replacing storm water or a dead storage of water in the lake. Only some time, only maybe next rainy season. After these gates are into only 2 lakes. We have to do other lakes also and observe the performance in the next rainy season. I think I answered one question. Another question is interagency coordination. See, the lakes come under so many departments. One way BWSSP is also responsible. One way Pollution Control Board on the quality aspect. Then it comes to the irrigation department. It comes to meteorology department also. So once these lakes are interlinked with gates, it is possible to link the weather data, and also based on the rainfall, we can update these gates or IoT-based platform. So it's always possible to, you see, for the entire, if it's a heavy intensity rainfall, it's not possible to design the stormwater drain to that size because Bangalore has grown like that. It's always better to use lakes as a engineering aspect for controlling the floods using the storage of the lake. So there should be, all these agencies should come under one platform, an IoT-based system, and everything should be automatic, not on manual mode. So that whether everything, if these things are done in the days to come, there will be, according to me, at least 70 to 80% reduction in the floods.
We could take some questions later. If Veena, you could. Yeah.
Quick response.
Just to give an anecdote on that question of interdepartment communication, Mr. Ravi Kumar, who's the current chairman of Karnataka Energy Regulatory Commission, who was the chief secretary of the government previously, once we had gone to meet him to say, there are some of these issues which require interdepartmental coordination, communication not happening. We need your help, sir. He said, I am trying to answer the same problem myself, being the chief secretary, right? So I think that remains a humongous bottleneck to move forward, because departments are not incentivized to talk to each other, by the way. In fact, it's in their good interest if they don't talk to each other, because they can maintain status quo. Sorry to say that, right? But I think we have to change that at 2 levels, right? One is at the level of citizens, where we have to demand that interaction. Today at a ward level, there is ward committee meetings and all that kind of stuff, where people have to go and say that there is a BWSSB engineer, there is somebody from police, everybody, you have to come. That will foster a culture of demand for interdepartmental participation towards solving problems. Of course, I think there's also it requires a lot of political willpower, ministerial willpower. I hope that what is happening with this brand Bengaluru exercise and all translates to that, because there's a lot of interdepartmental communication which is being built up as a part of solutioning on different themes, including some of these environmental conversation. I know that a lot of people in this room are contributing and participating to that. I hope that will translate to more regular structures of interdepartmental communication and action for some of these issues.
I know we have a lot of questions, but if people can hold on to them at lunch, and then maybe next panel, we'll try and leave a little more time for questions. I wanted to thank everyone, but before that, I'm actually going to take my moderator's privilege to make 2 points. One of them is, so you said, in terms of draining out the lakes, in response to the question from the gentleman from IHS, in terms of draining out the lakes, and since today's entire theme was on reuse, I was wondering, right now we're not allowed to use the water in the lakes for anything as far as I can understand. But then instead, why not enable that drawdown which has to occur in the dry period? for some median irrigation and park irrigation and so on, instead of other, using groundwater or other forms of water. So that you're enabling wastewater reuse, lake water reuse, bring down the levels to create the space for flood water. We don't have to respond now, but instead of only the sluice gate solution. But the other thing on interagency coordination, as you absolutely said, what my observation on this is in Bangalore, the citizen groups are the ones that are really driving the convergence between agencies. And kudos to organizations like BAF, but other lake groups as well that really do the job of forcing the agencies to talk to each other. So I'm going to end on those two comments, but thank all of the panelists as well as the two panelists online for really putting up with a little bit of the tech issues. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. Very useful set of discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Cohen, Dr. Shankar, Sri Mohapatra. Thank you, Vikram. And thank you, Professor Chari. Next, we have a keynote address by Dr. Christian Binz. Dr. Binz is a group leader in the Cluster Sustainable Transitions and Business Innovations at the Department of Environmental Social Sciences, IAWAG. He's an associate postdoctoral researcher at Circle, Lund University, Sweden, and a guest lecturer at the University of Zurich. His research interests are centered on transformative innovation in the water, energy, transport, and construction sectors. Today, he will talk about how cities across the world are moving towards decentralized wastewater treatment systems and how Bengaluru can set a global example for urban water resilience. Dr. Binz, I would like to invite you on stage to deliver the keynote.
So thanks a lot for the very kind introduction. And I have to say that it's a true privilege and really a great joy to be here and to be part of this really interesting story that's evolving in this field. Basically, my colleagues, my collaborator, Johan Mjörner, who's also here, and we have been doing some very particular sightseeing in the city in the past 2 years. So we have visited more than 20 RWAs and their STPs. We have talked to many of you already. And the more we learn about this story that's unfolding here, the more fascinated we actually get about it. And so I really want to use these 15 minutes to make a strong point about the unique opportunity that currently exists in this field in Bangalore. And try to actually make this from a global sort of big picture sort of perspective. So let's get started with the baseline, which you are all probably very familiar with. Is the usual systems we use to manage water in cities is this linear system, which takes fresh water, it turns it into a waste stream, and then we treat the waste stream, release it into the environment, and then the next city takes the water up again and continues the cycle. And I mean, this has worked well for the past 200 years in a lot of cities around the world, but this is under increasing pressures. And of course, Bangalore is a great example for the key pressures that exist on that system. So one is climate change. So the input into the system is getting more and more volatile and unpredictable, which is hard to manage then. There's quick urbanization. So if a city is growing as fast as Bangalore, it's just really hard to design the system in the right way up front. And you usually end up with over and under capacities, and you can't really catch up with the speed of urban development, which really makes it inefficient. And then there's the SDGs. Actually, half of the world population has not access to this system, and they probably will not have in the near future. So then how do we serve these communities? And also there, this is very limited in what it can do. And so the vision that IAWAG has been working on for 20 years, and that many of you are also working on, is to say, let's rethink completely how we design water infrastructure. And we go towards this more on-site and decentralized paradigm, circular paradigm, where, of course, we can reuse the water in the building. That's what's happening also in Bangalore. But then we can also think about the energy that the heat in the wastewater can also be recovered and used on-site. We can create a local water source, which you can use for greening in the neighborhood, or for a local industry that then takes it up and uses it. We can recharge groundwater. And very importantly, we can also actually think about how to recover the nutrients. So at IAWAG, we are working on this quite a lot to actually find systems that allow turning the nutrients into a fertilizer, which you send into agriculture, and they use it to produce food, which then again enters the city, and we also close the nutrient cycle through these sort of on-site systems. And there's a ton of solutions, technologies that actually work. So there's no sort of problem on the technology side really in making it work, but the big problem really is that we don't have any city around the world that has really shown that this can really scale and be a key part of the sort of water solutions of the city just yet. So if we make it work, I think there's a lot to gain from this. It's not just about solving a water problem then, we can also actually solve a fertilizer problem in agriculture. We can create livable cities. We can combat climate change, protect life below water, and so on. So there's a lot of co-benefits that come with this new paradigm. And it's especially promising for quickly urbanizing cities and for actually contexts which are not served by the centralized system. Now, it's also important to note that this is a global story. So Bangalore is not the only city that is actually looking into this and struggling with the same sort of issues. So in our past work at EWAC, we have traced different parts around the world where actually similar things are going on. And we see there are promising lighthouse initiatives across the globe actually in this field. And for a long time, this has been sort of a niche topic and not many people have cared about it. But in the last 5 years, we see big players like the World Bank, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation actually moving into this field, becoming part of the story, firms emerging, NGOs pushing for these sort of solutions. So let's say there's really been a phase shift in support for this idea across the globe. To give a few examples of what's going on in other parts of the world, first there's San Francisco, which has about 50 on-site water use plants installed in its urban core. It's adding another 50 at least in the next years. And the reason why they did this is very similar to Bangalore. So it's a quickly expanding, growing city. The freshwater resources are very limited. And so the only way that the city can grow further is if they tap into a new water source. And they have realized that this on-site water use is actually a new water source, which is always available, it's very resilient, and they can use that to make the city grow further. Secondly, there is New York City. Here it is. Which has about 30 on-site reuse plants installed, and they're also adding more and more. And for them, the main pressure is a bit different. So they mostly cared about getting really sort of high quality, high sustainability ratings for their new buildings, like LEED Platinum sort of certifications, and to reduce pollutions of the local water bodies. And then there's cases like Beijing in China, where I have worked a lot in the past, which also at some point had about 2,000 on-site water systems installed. And it was also really sort of the key limiting factor for urban growth was solving the water problem. And they really had to find a solution to do this while the city was expanding very rapidly. Now, some of these systems have failed, some still work. But when we get the big picture around the globe, then we see none of these examples is yet at the point where you can say, okay, this is really a solution, a template that has scaled, and that's really solving a big sort of part of the water problem of a city. And so that's where Bangalore comes into the picture. Because it really has this opportunity, it has really a unique context conditions on two main ways. So the first key context condition here is that there really is no good alternative, no other water source that the city could easily tap into than making wastewater reuse work. So you can think about increasing extraction from Cauvery, but actually with climate change, this will just become more sort of unpredictable in the future. Certainly not more water is going to be available in the watershed. And already now there's big sort of use conflicts with agriculture, with industry, with neighboring states about that. So not a good option. Then increasing groundwater extraction could be a way forward. So there is some potential, but the question is also what then happens to the quality of the groundwater if we recharge more? Is there really enough quantity to serve the city? That's also rather unclear. And then you could think about rainwater or stormwater, but that's highly seasonal in this context. So then it's maybe also not the solution for the full year. And in a way, the only sort of really reliable and still largely untapped water resource that's available is the wastewater in the city. And I would make a strong hypothesis here that, when you think about the city doubling its size in the next 10 years, there's no way this doubling can happen if we don't solve the wastewater reuse problem, and especially also the on-site reuse problem. So what would be needed then to make on-site water use work? And this is based on actually a lot of research we've done in other sectors where we have seen similar sort of early stage transformative innovations, like in the energy sector with renewable energies, in transport with electric mobility. So when you have this new transformative idea and you want to make it work, how can it be done? And it's not, technology is not usually not the key problem. Also here we have a lot of good technologies that you can put together to make on-site wastewater use work really well. The problem usually is in the context of what we call the innovation ecosystem around the technologies. And there's like 6 key elements that usually need to be put together to really make this work. And it's interesting. So Vikram, right, you before when you made your points, you actually almost perfectly sort of summarized this. So I'm not sure if you have read our papers or if we just really sort of come together very nicely here. So the 6 elements you need to create is, first of all, legal and regulatory framework. So you need to embed the technologies in standards, legal sort of frameworks, permitting pathways that really make it safe and work well. Then you need to have industry and market structure, so a trustful market where you have suppliers and demand, it all comes together nicely. You need to have financial investments, raise them from somewhere, knowledge, skills, and capacity with the builders, but also with the operators, with the regulators, and so on. Then you need legitimacy and trust and acceptance. So the end users have to accept your technologies. The decision makers have to find a good solution, and experts in the field too. And then you need to show that what you do is more sustainable and equitable than what has happened before, basically. And the key point here is that each of those elements is sort of key. If one is missing, you will have a problem in scaling up. So if you lack investment, it will be really hard to scale up. If people don't find you not legitimate, it's really hard, and so on. So it's sort of necessary conditions to really scale up. And the other key part of this is that none of these resources can be developed by a single actor. So it's not like the government alone can make the perfect regulatory framework. But actually, the government needs to come together with suppliers, with the RWAs, with other players in the field to create a framework that really works. And the same is true for these other key resources. Now, in the later discussion today, I think we will look into 2 key elements here. It's the legal and regulatory frameworks that will be in the next panel, and also the business models. So I think Bangalore really sort of excels in the business model and the sort of innovation, entrepreneurship part of the story. And San Francisco, on the other hand, which we've also studied a lot, is rather excelling in actually making a full ecosystem and putting this together in a very strategic way. So that's what they have done. So they've really created a legal regulatory framework that's very specific and makes this really a sort of a safe practice. And that's maybe where here there's more investment needed. So we need to build actor coalitions, networks, intermediary actors like Well Labs that tries to bring you all together. Maybe an industry association will be needed at some point that is enabling the key sort of strategic discussions that are needed in all these fields. Now, Airbag and Well Labs, we are just starting a research project that's trying to create a full system analysis of what's going on in this field. So we have 2.5 years of research ahead of us, with people looking into technology, user acceptance, business model innovation, and governance arrangements. Talking to many of you, we'll have follow-up meetings to really sort of sort out, so how could such an ecosystem be created in this place? What would be needed? What would be the interventions with the highest leverage? So we will first conduct a full system analysis. Then we will look into sort of future scenarios. So what could happen to the water situation in the next 10 years? What are potential futures? And then how would different solutions cope in these different future context conditions? And then we will talk about scaling potential, or how could we then actually scale certain solutions beyond the city to other cities in India and also maybe globally in the end. So what's in it? If Bangalore really makes this work, what could it gain? I think there's 3 key points. One is that, with on-site wastewater use, we can really solve one of the key development problems that the city will have if it wants to double in size in the next 10 years. Second point is that, Bangalore could become the global reference point for this new infrastructure paradigm. So experts around the world will start visiting this place and try to learn from it and emulate its best practices. So Bangalore will not be just the Silicon Valley for IT innovation, but it will also be the Silicon Valley for water innovation in the future. And then, of course, you could create a sort of competitive export industry. So you could really actually also gain economically quite a lot if this really works well. So let me stop with my dream. So my vision in 10 years, what we will be talking about. So first of all, the vision really is that in 10 years, this on-site wastewater use will be flourishing around the world. And India and Bangalore will be the place where this has first mainstreamed and scaled. And we will look back to today's meeting and we will say, yeah, remember that meeting Well Labs organized? This was one of the key stepping stones in actually making or turning this vision into a reality. So yeah, thanks a lot for your attention. I really look forward to discussing this more in the future with all of you. If you're interested, we also just finished another project at EAWAG, which looked into these other cities and what they're doing, sort of lighthouse cities for this new paradigm. And there are a few reports online. So I don't get to the next slide. Yeah, here. So there's like, some reports, they're really short synthesis reports, so you can have a look and maybe get inspired about some of the solutions that these other cities have come up with in the past, and see if this can inspire some action also in this city. So yeah, thanks a lot. Really look forward to discussing this more. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Christian. That truly laid out the opportunities ahead of us in terms of reusing wastewater and what potentially we could do towards building a more climate resilient city and potentially inspire other urban centers across India. We're now moving out to our next panel discussion. This is specifically on emerging markets for wastewater reuse in urban India. The session will be moderated by Ms. Meera K. She is the co-founder of Citizen Matters, an award-winning civic media platform and a founder trustee at the Urvani Foundation. She helped set up Open City, an urban data platform. She's also an Ashoka Fellow and is recognized for building open knowledge platforms that allow citizens to collaborate and improve their cities. We'll have with us on the panel Dr. Anant S. Kodavasal. He is the director of Ecotech Engineering, which he founded in 1986. He received his BTech in chemical engineering from IIT Madras and his PhD from Vanderbilt University, USA. He's a sought-after speaker on wastewater treatment and the author of the STP Guide Handbook, published by the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. Mr. Satish Malia is the Joint Secretary and the Governing Council member of the Bangalore Apartments Federation. He has worked as a professional with multinational companies in the industrial sector for over 30 years. For the past decade, he has been an entrepreneur in the weighing and measurement automation sector. He'll be one of the panelists as well. We also have with us Mr. MDN Sinha, who has served in the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board from 1976 to 2013, that's 36 years, in different positions, including that of the Chief Environmental Officer, Member Secretary and Head of the Environmental Training Institute. We also have with us Mr. Sohail Rahman, who's the MD and CEO of Co-Evolve Estates, a real estate firm. His most recent project, Co-Evolve Northern Star, has won the national and international accolades and has featured in a United Nations report. He recently completed a 2-year term as head of the Sustainable Development Committee of the CREDA Youth Wing. Thank you so much for joining us. I would now like to request all our panelists to please take the stage, and Ms. Meera as well.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you to the organizers for this really important topic, because especially this year, I think we're going to see more of these conversations happening. And there's been a lot of research at Well Labs and associated organizations. It's a lot of learning in the last, I think, few years as well. So let me start with like an open question just to set the context, right? And we've heard a lot of the earlier panelists and the speakers talk about the potential, the numbers, and the criticality of the issue as well. So I'd like the panelists here to talk about the real potential of wastewater, and in the next few years, sort of set some goals for Bangalore as well. So what should be our strategy? What sort of system should we adopt? What should be the goals? Like, let's say in the next 2 years, we should get to 20% reuse of wastewater across let's say apartments, industries, and at some point get to 50% and then 100% reuse? Do we get to be like a Singapore or a Israel, or what should be our own customized, localized solution? Just to set the context, what would be your sort of goal setting for the city? Just a brief statement from, from everybody to set the context where they'd like to see Bangalore heading to.
First thing, Meera, thank you all for inviting me here. First thing is, before we want to run, we have to learn to walk. And right now, we are crawling in Bangalore, as in all other cities, in terms of the treatment systems, the STPs and other things. My own estimate is more than 85 to 90% of the decentralized urban STPs are not working to full potential. It is because of various reasons. I have been talking about it. And that is the first thing as a goal we have to set. Get all the STPs working, and then we can think of recycling and reusing. And we have a lot of good experience in our own STPs. We can recycle and reuse nearly 60% of the STP water if it is working well in residential complexes. And in commercial complexes where there's a huge HVAC cooling water demand, our recycle and reuse potential goes as high as 85 to 90%. So that is the kind of level of recycle reuse possibility we are talking about, provided the STPs work.
First of all, thank you for inviting me. Maybe I'm an ex-regulator. I was working in the regulator. Whatever I'm going to say now, not from the regulatory point of view. Now, in Bangalore, as you mentioned, the water is going to be a limiting factor for further growth of the city. It is absolutely necessary that we have got to recycle the water. There is no other option. But the question comes whether we should go in for a centralized or decentralized. That discussion will be going on actually, which is environment. I am talking about environmental sustainability of that system, which is more sustainable. I can go on afterwards as they complete. I'll elaborate other points which are very essential from whether it is, which is better from the long-term perspective point of view, centralized or decentralized. Actually, we are not looked into the risk aspects at all. Now there are 3,000 STPs are there in Bangalore. What are the risk factor? Supposing one STP doesn't work, what is going to happen if the association is not able to monitor? There are so many people who are involved in this chain actually, right from the architect up to the association. Another important point, I think some of the points which Mr. Chari has already covered, is the role of consultants. That is also very important. So these are some of the issues which will simply saying, okay, you can recycle the water, reuse the water. It's a very good initiative. We should recycle. But there are others, a lot of issues are there within this that needs to be addressed from the long-term perspective.
First of all, thank you for me having me here. I just want to touch upon the low-hanging fruit. See, like if government decides today that it's just a policy change, like you use this treated water to your neighborhood, the BBMP park, I think about 20% of the problem we can solve. Let us not talk about now policy matters where we have to do a policy change to have this water for reuse for industry and other things. Just two things in place if you do immediately, like you require about 38 MLD for KSRTC and BMTC bus to clean, and similarly for railways and plus the BBMP. These three sectors, if you do something immediately, I think that's what we are looking forward with the government. Immediately in the Bangalore conclave, we talk about this. Other major changes for the industry, because you have a IASC report pending and other thing Mr. Ravi has told today. But only three things we expect to the government to do is just allow this decentralized STP water reuse for BMTC, railways, and BBMP parks. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me for this session. So from a builder's perspective, there are a lot of regulatory frameworks in place Some of them sort of compete with each other. There is a policy that says that a community should be zero water discharge. But there are no norms available to sort of make communities zero water discharge. So from an industry perspective, we have been sort of advocating with the bodies to sort of look at hyper local centralization rather than apartment level centralization. You pick up a locality, a 2 or 3 kilometer radius, and have a central STP system which is managed by agencies. Because typically an apartment association or a builder are not subject matter experts on an STP. So an onward maintenance is a really tough challenge for an RWA. And as Mr. Chari pointed out, the builder's perspective is it should run for 2 years at least and hand over to the association. The rest of the problems lies with the association. So one is availability of the right technology. The other one is a good, reliable partner being available for O&M on a onward going basis. Me, on a personal front, I do have zero water discharge communities. And I think those are models that can be sort of replicated across. But it's I've got multiple consultants who are working on the projects to make that happen. So I've already done 2 water discharge zero water discharge communities, working on another one now. But it doesn't have wide acceptance from the builders and the communities themselves. There is a lot of psychological barrier in sort of accepting to use or reuse wastewater. But we should get there. So as the saying goes that if there's nothing available, a tiger will also eat grass. So that's where we are headed.
Thank you. That's a very good, interesting phrase that you used when the tiger doesn't have grass. But given you've talked about the issues that builders are facing and this whole zero discharge policy as well. So I think Dr. Anand is the right person to kind of comment on the mandate itself, right? There are issues in the current system. You mentioned that. But there are 3,000 decentralized STPs and we can't just like throw it out or stop using it. There's been a lot of investment on it. One is how do you fix it, and how would you tweak the mandate to make it, what would be the incentive? Right now, what we have is the stick rather than the carrot. PCB is regulating. There are, whatever, every year you have to renew your CFO and so on. But how do we incentivize the apartment? I mean, let's talk about apartments right now and we can get to industry as well. Because you can't just depend on altruistic, that everybody can't be like the enthusiastic people of WAF and say, okay, we will make it happen because it's a good thing from an environmental perspective. Yes, there is a need, but what is the economics and how do you make it?
The economics are certainly there in a large size apartment complex. It doesn't work in small scale. In fact, I have been advocating that anything less than 100 flats, the government should not mandate an STP, because it will be an STP just for the sake of having an STP and will become whatever it is, totally dysfunctional. People are not going to run it because at the end of the day, people look at the economics of the running a treatment plant. For instance, even a 100 KLD plant, it costs something like 6,000 to 7,000 rupees per day to run that treatment plant, including taking into account all the costs, the energy, manpower, chemicals, the spares, consumables, annual maintenance, and things like that. And that means it adds nearly 500 to 800 rupees per flat for just the STP maintenance. And if the STP is not functional, so it is throwing good money after bad. So this is the problem most apartment complexes, most residents face. When the STP is not functional, why should they throw good money after bad? And that is another reason of the perpetuating of the treatment plants not working. And that is exactly the reason why the lakes in Bangalore have not seen any improvement in the last 10 or 12 years. We have been talking about lake pollution, precisely that. The other reasons I find the main hurdles for most of these treatment plants not to work is there is no incentive for people to actually run the treatment plants. On the one hand, you are subsidizing water at the front end. At the back end, you are allowing people to pollute. I mean, there is no strict enforcement, very lax enforcement, nothing happens. So where's the incentive for people to run the treatment plants? So as a matter of our company's policy, we have taken a stand that we will look at treatment plants beyond about 300, 400 KLD, where it makes a lot of sense. Once you have such a large size or medium sized, I would call 300, 400 KLD now as medium sized, because all the new projects coming up are in the range of 800, 1000 KLD. That's a huge, huge STP. Even a 300, 400 KLD STP is a gold mine if you run it properly. There is a payback period. There is a return on investment. There is more than the economic benefits now. We are now stressing more on the water security aspects. As I said, in all our treatment plants, we recycle, reuse 60% of the requirement. So you are ensuring your water requirement up to 60% for all your secondary uses, toilet flush, garden, car wash, common areas wash. And now with denitrification in place, you can even do groundwater recharge. So these are the many options we are seeing. And in the next 5 or 10 years, once your STP, the front end is working well, you can even go one step forward, put in an advanced treatment plant like we have in TZ homes and generate drinking potable water out of it. But that is the next stage. But then first set right all these STPs, get 60% of your requirement through your STPs. That is the principal goal now. So, but again, we find the government is the biggest hurdle for us because of the subsidized water and lax enforcement. The other major challenge, of course, is also the education. We have to educate people more and more that if an STP is not working, there are ways and means of doing the necessary surgery to make it work. And then we have shown it time and time and time again. We do hundreds and hundreds of audits of these dysfunctional STPs and show them that even if you have to spend 50, 60, 80 lakhs of rupees to set it right, the payback period is a matter of months. Just recently, I'll give you an example. We did one major refurbishment for a 400 KLD STP in Whitefield. The residents paid 95 lakhs to rectify that plant because the STP was totally defunct, not just dysfunctional, totally defunct. And they were paying something like 30 to 40,000 rupees per day purchasing water. BWSSB is not able to supply the water. So you just work out the math, 95 lakhs versus 40,000, 50,000 rupees a day is the saving. You work out the math, you will see the economic benefits, not just the economic benefits now, but now the future water security. See, as you say, as we all know, Bengaluru is expanding rapidly. BWSSB is not able to serve all the communities in the peripheral areas. So this is where the STPs can be most useful. The STP, I've been saying, is the perennial guaranteed source of water for 60% of your requirements. That's what needs to be done. So we have to set right the STPs. We can go ahead and see. And Bangalore can be a model, actually. So this is what I've been trying to convey to the government, convey to the people, convey to BAF, Vikram and others, that set right your STP, then we can go forward. Future 5 years, 10 years from now, you can even generate potable quality of water.
Thanks. You also mentioned this gap in, like, one is the technology and the capacity, right? Can you just talk a little bit about how do we address this gap in terms of there's also the technology of treatment itself, but also in terms of measurement, the sensors. There was this rule, I think a few years ago, everybody has to have sensors. How dependable are those? Now, do we have enough proven technology that is actually scalable and replicable, that every community actually installs these? So you can have a guaranteed quality of treated water. So how do we fix these gaps and fix the technology needs as well?
No, but then again, it goes back to my first comment that 85, 90% of the treatment plants do not work. So you don't need sensors, instruments, and all that high tech to tell you your STP doesn't work. You yourself know it when you flush you flush the water in your toilet. So you don't need these high tech. Actually, I was totally against it when the CPCB introduced it. First, set right your STPs, and then all these sensors and online monitoring is for your self-monitoring, not for the PCB to monitor. It is for self-monitoring. But set right your STPs first, and then you yourself, when you are using the water, you know whether it's good, bad, ugly, whatever. You don't have to depend on sensors and instruments to tell you what it is. The second thing is, even when the CPCB mandated the real-time monitoring, one of the key parameters was missed out. They said you only monitor the BOD, suspended solids, pH, and other things. But what is the purpose of this monitoring? The purpose of monitoring is to ensure it is safe enough for recycle and reuse. And that safety requirement is met by monitoring the residual chlorine, whether the water is disinfected. That itself was missing in the RTM mandate. So don't depend on all these CPCB and the government agencies to tell you what you should be doing. You yourself know what is best for you, what is good for you, what you can use, what you cannot use. So I was totally against it. I have written a lot of notes. I have written open a letter to the CPCB saying all these mandates will work provided the STPs work. So it is meaningless. Again, it is throwing good money after bad. Why do you mandate something which is absolutely going to be of no use to any STP?
True, but this is valid, especially when the department or the institution is completely reusing its own water, which is what the zero discharge policy mandates. But given that departments have a lot of excess, treated water, one is what do we do with it, and how does anybody consuming that excess water believe that it's of good quality? That is a question I want to ask Satish. But maybe Satish, not just you can add to that, but also what is this gap about? Why are apartments not able to deal with, maintaining their STP from RWA side, from a, MC side?
I think I want to respond to, actually, I think this 80% of the STP is not working is a myth, I think, because we have about 1,250 apartments, and just before COVID, we started this project to map all of them. Okay, of course, there is a problem, which of course, we also had an answer on it, saying that less than 100 KLD STP is very difficult to maintain. So that is only the problem. See, like we did some research on this, all the apartment, done a survey for a 50 KLD, 7 paisa per liter is the cost of maintaining ONF. Okay, very high. How are you expecting to maintain it for a 50 KLD? Of course, the mandate saying that we ought to have it 20 flat and above. So it means that 20 KLD will be much more or more, because see, manpower cost is the highest, because if you want to use it. And if you see a 1,000 KLD, it is only 2 paisa per liter. So you see the difference. So how you can maintain a small STP is a meaningless thing. I think government should rethink. I think that's what BAF is doing to push things, and Mr. Ravi is very open. I think about a month back, I think with the Well Labs and we together, we have taken him to most of the apartments. And we are also taken him to the BBMP parks where we did some pilot with Well Labs in Yelahanka. I think we are on the right path. I think with the right attitude from the government, I think we can solve this problem. But definitely going forward, like 3,500 apartments as per case PGB record is having STP now. And as per Reddy, I think Sohail will agree, every year about 200 flats are adding up to this. Right. So it is going to be a big task for everybody to go. So I feel it's going forward. I think some big players should come in to take care of this smaller STP. Maybe they will maintain it, they will operate it, they will take back this water or whatever it is. I think this is a big investment should come to this sector. Otherwise, if government has to change the policy saying that this 100 and below or 200 and below, they should connect it to UGD. That is the only solution. The two solutions, one is government should take care, or otherwise the big players should come in saying that they will maintain it, they will work the STP, and they'll take this excess water to some use.
Right. So the issues with smaller STP is a known thing, but even considering the bigger ones, 100 or 200 and above, there are enough apartments in the city which are actually, and tech parks and corporates, which actually have that kind of numbers.
Yeah.
Even there are huge gaps. And what do you see as a, RWA, what are the challenges that in maintaining? Is it a lack of capacity? Is it like the whole, the community itself doesn't want to spend on it? What are the gaps?
See, there are gaps on maintenance. Definitely, the trained manpower is not there. I think which last 1 year, I think SPCB is addressing it. I think they started a training program. Of course, it's just a beginning. Yeah, but some 22 days training is not easy to somebody to attend this, because the Skill India program or something like that. So we are also working with some vendors saying that we have to train these technicians to maintain it. That is one. Second thing, see, what we propose is like you have an apartment and nearby some construction is happening. It's very neighborhood. You can give this water, treated water to them. correct? So that is the only way we can do it. Otherwise, if you see the cost of transportation, within 3 kilometers, it is around 5 paisa for a liter. So it's going to add up. It's not a sustainable model to transport this excess water or treated water to a distance place to a like metro construction is going on. But within the 3 kilometer, 5 kilometer range, if you can transport this water to a construction site, it will be the best win-win for the construction industry as well as the apartment. Of course, this apartment is run by, builders are there, and same builder can take this water back.
Thanks. And I think, my question was to you, Mrs. Simha. There seems to be a supply of excess treated water. There is definitely a demand, whether it is construction or BBMP parks or even any other smaller communities, non-potable needs. How do you fix that? Parallel pipelines or,
we have to go back.
Kankarwala
We have to go back a bit. See what happened. Why these on-site units have come up over the years. You know that BWSB was basically responsible for providing water supply and storage. Now, their sewerage system was limited only to the city area. As the city grew, the outskirts grew, there was no sewerage system. So there was a buildup of the new buildings were coming up. Boom was there, construction industry was coming there, and they were required to obtain environmental clearance from the government of India. Then they had to address the issue of wastewater and all that. So the board also started insisting that you should, since there is no sewerage system provided by the Bengaluru sewerage board, they said it will come up in next stage, something like that, 4th stage, 5th stage, 6th stage, whatever stages are there, it will come up in the later stage. So till such time, they should have an on-site system. Now the BWSB is also expanding it. They are also constructing new STPs. If and when, from the economic point of view, any association, if there is a sewer line coming next to their doorstep, they'll be more happy to connect it to the sewer line. That will be taken care of by the BWSB. In some cases, it has happened. So there, the BWSB will provide some water supply. Suppose if it is not providing, they are taking from the tankers. And that's another big this thing. Tanker.
That is the bulk right now.
That's a bulk tanker lobby is there. So that's one way. Here, one way of the second problem is the association. Here you have to look at the chain, right from the builder up to the association. The builder, to get the environment clearance, whatever clearance he wants, he will get the plant designed by somebody. Then he may construct it as per the design or not, we don't know. Nobody is there. There is no such mechanism to check whether the design done by the builder is correct or not. The case specific doesn't do it. It is a regulatory authority. It is not mandated to put a stamp on the STP which is provided by the builder.
So whose job should it be?
There is no one now, as of now. Nobody is there. I think BAF will, I don't know, they may also, can you say that? Who is responsible for STP? Who will put the rubber stamp that STP is?
Consultants right now.
I'll just come back to that.
No, I have seen those consultant reports. Those are just copy paste.
Yes.
We know that.
See, the another issue is the builder gets a STP, somebody designs it, builder, then he may construct as per the design or he may not construct as per the design. Then he will engage somebody. Then they will transfer it to the association. Association, because they are all like common people like you and me, then we don't know what is the in some of the cases, I understand they don't even transfer the papers. Legal papers are not transferred to them. They don't know. So my question is, before they accept because then what happens? The association will immediately go, the builder will go away. Association go and files an application for consent to the Pollution Control Board. They get stuck there. So before accepting that whatever responsibility of applying to the Pollution Control Board, they should say, the builder, you should go and get it, because in the Pollution Control Board, the records will be there of the builder and not the association. Association will come later. The moment he files the application, he becomes a custodian. So before that, there is no due diligence. With regard to not only STP, solid waste, so many issues are there, plastic, all these things are there. So you should insist, and there should be a mechanism, or from the, like in motor vehicles, if you have got a car, if you transfer it to somebody, then the record in that RTO should come to your name, transfer his name. Likewise, the association should get, the builder should get it clear from the NOC. Otherwise, if there is a fault in the STP, it is the builder who should be held responsible.
So this is the change in the regulation that you're
No,
advocating.
it is there. Regulation, no need to change. Regulation is already there. But the association, before entering the picture, they should do due diligence. They are not doing it. They think they, oh, it's my responsibility. I am doing this and all of it. That's not the case. You are not taking responsibility.
So Satish, have you had experience getting builders to do it? And then I will ask Sohail to
I
respond.
think it's a matter of education. We also learned the hard way. See, there is a CFE. First, when they design the STP, CFE will be taken in the builder's name. Once you hand over a working STP, it's a CFO. So obviously, it will be come in the name of the builder only. Maybe after 5 years of renewal, I think we are suggesting our people to come to our association name. But I think some builders, I think they are also maintaining for 5 years and handing over. I think it's a good way of handing over thing. I think Sohail can add more to this point.
So Sohail talked about the challenges they as builders have because they don't have the right expertise or the technology. There isn't enough investment and so on. So Sohail, what would you like as someone representing the developer sector? What kind of incentives would you like? Would you like, for example, tax breaks or industry loans or whatever? What would help you do the right thing?
It's not so much incentives as such. It's more to have the right sort of technology data available. Maybe the PCB can come up with technology literature that's going to help us select the right process to follow. It's not really incentives for STP, what we're looking at. It's maybe you should incentivize the RWAs rather than the builders. For the builder, is a one-time investment. It's the association who is going to maintain it onward on a daily basis. Like everyone pointed out, 7 paisa per liter is a huge cost. How are you going to help them maintain that? So you set up a mechanism to reuse that water. Now you said there is water, there is buyer, but how do you connect the two? So more than incentivizing the builder, builders are doing, the only challenges is, are we getting the right technology from the consultant? And what is the check and control to see if the developer is implementing what's really suggested to him? So like Sir pointed out, there is no mechanism right now to ensure that the builder is implementing what is provided to him. So there is a huge lacuna there in terms of doing that. And there are, unfortunately, in our industry, a lot of unscrupulous players who do it just for the sake of handing over and getting out of the picture. And there's no way anybody can figure out whether it's right or wrong. Once done, nobody can measure anything inside the STP tanks. Very tough to do that. So
it's a matter of enforcement is what you're saying.
But how? It's very tough to enforce it also, because the scale is too much. Like we say there are 200 projects every year. The government will not be able to do anything to enforce that. So it's a chicken and egg story over here as to you need to have conscientious developers doing the right thing. And maybe RWA ensuring that they're taking over a right product. Check the right sizing with some consultants, check if they've done the right job.
Yes. See, good thing about the incentive, I think 5 days back on 12th October, there's a notification as published from the government of India saying that the green credit program going to come. It's notified and it has to be translated into rules. And once rules is there, I think Karnataka will be the first state to go forward it. I think we already had a dialogue with Mr. Ravi. I think we will push for this because see, it will incentivize a different way of giving credit to builders, the user community of association, or a vendor who installing an STP. Okay, because it's a ecosystem where you can who benefited out of this incentive program. I think green credit is I think it's called LIFE or something like that. Life of environment or something program is going to come. Its notification has come about 5 days back. I think in Karnataka, definitely we will be pushing for this program, and we are waiting for the rules to come first. It's just a notification. I think looking forward for contributing to this green credit.
Right, that's interesting. But what about actual, like for example, BWSSB is able to sell treated water and cover the cost. Do you think apartments also should be able to have that facility? If you have 50% of your treated water is available, you're unable to use it for your flushing and gardening, can that be supplied? Do you want that ability to sell it and actually cover your cost?
See, as a thumb rule, if you have 100 KLD, 50% is available for reuse, 50% available excess. Okay, the 50% used for gardening or for your double piping, flushing and other things. But 50% is available. It means that 50 KLD, suppose somebody is using 100 KLD, 50 KLD is available for reuse. How will transport this? It's not sustainable. See, I think we've done a pilot project with Well Labs. For BBMP park is a seasonal. In rainy season, they don't want this water. So how will it be sustainable? So I think it's a long way to go. See, piping is there, is government job to do the piping. Private players cannot do it. So what I feel is a neighborhood within 2-3 kilometers can pool it this and maybe their construction or their parks or their area we can do this.
So, Mrs. Sama, would you advocate like a third line? You have, potable water coming in from BWSSP. You have sewage lines. So the sewerage system is there. What about a third line? Do you think that could, in a localized neighborhood level, is that a feasible solution to provide from source to destination of these water? So in any way, people pay as per based on the metering, based on the consumption.
Third line of what?
Treated water. Parallel plumbing. The way, for example, in our apartments, we have the third line, right? It's a ring system, and then that goes into the flushing, right? So can this be actually scalable at least a neighborhood level, if not at a city level?
No, again, it has to look into the economics of it. It is not that straight away I can't say that. So my first thing is, if the sewer line is running in front of your house, connect it to that. Let BWSP take care of it.
Yeah, but then you're already treating
No,
it. And
NGT
again, it's
is
going
not
to the
coming in the.
centralized.
See, the problem is, I want to clarify, ZLD, zero discharge is a concept. Don't say that you are zero discharge. There is a definition for zero discharge. If you are putting it on land, that is not zero discharge. Okay, there is a CPCB has given a definition. Complete recycle, zero means zero. You are not discharging even a drop of water into the land. That is zero discharge, as per the definition of CPCB. So don't use the word ZLD everywhere.
Which means that nobody is really.
Nobody is ZLD. Nobody is ZLD. Okay, that's only done in case of they are talking in terms of distilleries, textile mills, and where they are asking them whatever leftover treated water is there, that should be boiled and then this thing and then convert to steam or something like that. Use it completely. So evaporate completely. So no question of ZLD. Nowhere.
So that
Don't
policy
use
just
that.
came from industry. And
No,
we
no,
know
no.
that
Everybody
initially.
is loosely they are being using it. There is no ZLD. Okay.
So
I have argued this ZLD case with so many chairmen of the Pollution Control Board. It is just not possible in a residential complex. Whatever you do, theoretically not possible, practically not possible, feasible. So the only answer I get from the chairman is, we do not have enough people to monitor whether people are treating or not, and that is why we are putting it in the consent form. That is the only purpose. ZLD, everybody knows, is just not possible.
Thanks. Before I open it up to the audience, I just had like one last question. Do you see a sort of a play for nature-based solution to integrate with all the other technology solutions in general? Like Mr. Sama, if you want to kind of comment, or anybody else wants to comment on that. Nature-based solution like wetlands, like the way, especially when if you're trying to discharge into a lake or any like park or something, creating these SBT and other similar systems to complement the standard.
Yeah, it's being used.
solution in
Nature,
this.
those things are there. The NERI has come out with some kind of technology. I think that in some institute in Helanka also is using this kind of technology. These are technology. There is no dearth of technology. Even MOF has come out with the documents as to what are the type of technology, but it's all site specific, depending upon the type of this thing. In fact, for the STP, they have not come out with a clear guideline. What should be the offset from the building? Some construct below the ground, some construct above the ground, some next to the ground, next to some apartment. STP, if is next to the apartment, that house will not get value. Nobody wants to come occupy that place. So these are the issues. So lastly, I would like to mention risk analysis has not been done. Even Well Labs can take up this issue, public health risk issue. Supposing if all the 3,000 STPs, if it doesn't work, what's going to happen? Now sewage is not something like a industrial waste. You are dealing with bacteria, viruses, and all these things. It is not something, okay, I have recycled water, it is coming back to my house and can easily use it. No, that's not the case. You are touching that water. So it should be as clean as
This was the first thing we objected to when the BWSB said 25 flats and above must have a STP. In fact, Vikram will remember, we went to the NGT and not only 25 flats, a retrospective effect. That was the problem. So we conducted a detailed study of all these things. So we came to a conclusion that if you have to retrospectively fit an STP, you have to dig up and it will affect the foundations of the building and things like that. And it's just not possible. So we went to the NGT, and NGT, I was surprised. The answer was, we said we don't have space, we don't have anything to do this retrospective or even for a new plant because it's a very small community. You know what the chairman of the NGT said? He's a Supreme Court retired justice. He said, demolish a couple of flats and you build a STP. So that is the kind of response we got from the NGT. So let us be very clear. We need people who understand the subject thoroughly from the ground up, what can be done, what cannot be done. We have to be practical about it. Just not enforce something blindly, thinking that people will just follow. In fact, when the 25 flat rule came, I immediately responded, you will just have 10,000 more cesspools in and around Bangalore. Nobody is going to run those plants.
Thank you. Can we have some questions from the audience? Probably 5-10 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm the infamous Aditya that Vikram mentioned. So like most of you, I'm an apartment dweller who's now become an STP vendor, right? Some of these are going to be questions. Some of these are going to be statements which probably will ease Dr. Anant Kodavatsal's discomfort and burning rage inside him, which has not yet exploded. On stage. So I'd like to take on Sohail first. You mentioned technology. My friend, today technology is advanced to an extent where, instead of you and me cooking in our kitchens ourselves, we can use the phone and the food comes home, right? But you've still got to eat the food yourself, digest the food yourself. The food goes in from the same place and comes out from the same place, right? So with regards to technology in these micro STPs, there is only one proven technology. Dr. Kodavatsal calls it EAAS. I call it AST. Extended. Dr. Kodavatsal, would you like to elaborate on that?
No, for micro STPs, I have another technology, which is the anaerobic DWATS technology. Up to about 30 to 40 KLD. It's the anaerobic technology where it doesn't call for any manpower.
So we're talking only of 100 KLD and above to go in with your this thing.
Aeration activated sludge.
Yeah.
Which
So
is a derivative of the ASP.
So now coming back to Sohail, we see a lot of 100, 200, 500. In fact, I'm battling currently with 1,000 KLD SBR, most inappropriate technology. So in the name of latest and greatest or technology, we are adopting inappropriate technologies and inheriting them. So that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Yeah, just to highlight about this SBR technology, just for the benefit of the people here, SBR technology treats daily generation of sewage in 3 equal batches of 8-hour cycle each. Just for a moment, think whether any one residential complex, any commercial complex, a mall, a hotel is going to generate the daily sewage in 3 equal installments. It is not. There are distinct peak flow hours. For instance, in the residential complex, it is 40 to 50% of the daily average will come during the morning 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. In a commercial IT complex, the 40 to 50% flow is going to come during the lunch hours. So by definition, SBR technology is totally unsuitable. By the nature of the beast, SBR cannot be used in these cases where there's going to be distinct peak hour flows and you don't have continuous flow over the 24-hour period, which a municipal plant will have. A municipal plant has a 40, 50 MLD capacity. The catchment area is huge. So somebody somewhere is using water, so more or less uniform flow, where the case for SBR technology comes in. And in fact, if the BWSSB, should it ask me to design a treatment plant, I will certainly go for SBR or MBBR. Extended aeration is totally out. So we have to select the technology most suited for your application. And in fact, we converted an SBR STP for the Phoenix Mall here, maybe 6 years ago. 500 KLD SBR at the Phoenix Mall, never worked. We converted to extended aeration. And when we went to the chairman, he called us for a personal hearing. The chairman at that time asked me, don't you advocate all these modern technologies? I asked him, I'm a chemical engineer. What is so modern about batch reaction? I know batch reactions from for decades. And it's not whether it's modern or not, which should be the design criteria. It should be whether it will work or not, whether it is most suitable or not. And I put two images in front of him. One is the bullet train serving intercity, Tokyo to Osaka, Tokyo to Kyoto. And within Tokyo, the suburban network still uses the old coaches only. So it depends. Not just because it is most modern, high-tech, you go for a certain technology, whether it will work or not for your particular application. And as he said, whether it is appropriate, suitable for your particular application, that should decide the technology which you use. And as he said, we have done a detailed study after the STP guide was published. The KSPCB asked us to study the other technologies, SBR, MBBR, EDOX, MBR, all these other technologies and give some recommendations. And we did give our recommendations based on our study with the assignment given by the PCB. We set out the guidelines. If I can design an SBR for a small scale plant, but it is going to cost me 1.5 times more. The footprint is going to be 1.5 times more. The tank volume is going to be 1.5 times more than the extended aeration. So the technology here most suited is the extended aeration for the small scale decentralized STPs. I can go for MBR, but then it's going to the capex is going to be double. The OPEX is going to be 1.5 to 1.6 times more, and therefore residential complexes may not be able to afford that kind of a expenditure. So you have to recommend select technology most suited. You have to look at the end user's mindset also. So it is not just pure engineering. You have to use your psychology also. What is the mindset of the people who are going to use it, run it, maintain it? And that only sustains the STP in the long run. One of the oldest STPs or treatment plants we run is for the Unilever Research Center. We have been running it for 35 years, but that is because it is an extended aeration plant. We know how it is run. So that's how we know what is most suited for these kind of scale of STPs.
Hello.
But is it like for example, you have different departments within the as a developer, whether it is structural engineering or environmental engineering or for landscape. So similarly, isn't it something that you can incorporate, have part of your team, or would you prefer actually having, like, let's say, empanel vendors, if we are PCB or BWC, say, okay, here are all the people available who are available for you to consult, who will take care of it, either on a, perhaps even on a OPEX model. Do you want to completely distance yourself saying, I build the structure and then here are all these other people bringing in expertise, and maybe from an RWA perspective also saying, we don't have to put our head into it. Somebody takes care of it. Is that something, direction that you want to go to? And what would be the, I don't know, Satish can comment on the disadvantages itself. Okay. As it is, there's a lot of complaint. Even the previous panel we heard, like, builders don't give a damn. So
internalizing all of these departments completely depends on the scale of development that you do. And a bulk of developers don't have the scale to have all of these resources in-house. So we either depend on technologists or consultants. And in fact, a year back, we, as a body, BAF, CREDI, and together with went into a MOU with a large player to sort of come in as an operator and even take over dysfunctional STPs as well as new STPs. But it sort of has not gained steam in a big way. But we would definitely prefer the latter, where there are experts available to come and manage the whole thing. Because like I said, an RWS job is not to maintain the STP. They all have their own lives to lead. So it cannot be the underlying issue in any community is STP. The biggest issue, so to speak, is an STP. And it would be most ideal if there is an expert who's going to come and sort it out for them.
So, let me also add defense of the builders. You said builders not care. Defense of the builders. I have seen so many STPs done by very large builders, well-known builders, which are, they have spent a lot more than what was required to have been spent. They spend on these SPR, which I said, costs more, occupies more footprint, calls for a lot more tank volume. They have spent more, but they are not getting the results because of the selection of wrong technology. So they have been misguided, and the problem, I fault them on one level, that they have not learned from their lessons and not corrected themselves. So they continue to make the same mistake, SBR, which has never worked. So they have not learned from their mistakes. They have not learned from others' mistakes. That's what a good developer should do. I don't blame them at all for the first part, but they should learn from their mistakes and try to correct themselves. Go to a treatment plant which works and see what makes it work and why it is working, why their treatment plants do not work.
We have a question.
I'm seeing this again and again. People have spent double the money, the builders.
Thanks. Does CREDI actually have like a special interest group or a committee to actually, sort this problem out once and
Yeah,
for all?
we did, and that's where we came up with the MOU so that we entrust a big party to do that. But their costs were so high that a lot of players did not want to go for it, and then depended on the same old stuff.
So would you like something from the government as a policy or a scheme or something to actually help builders do this? Or is it just a matter of your
It
bottom
would
line?
be ideal because PCB was also involved in that process, but they did not sort of bless the whole thing with a signature as such. So it was all a private. It was supposed to be a public-private partnership where they were also sort of ready
I
to
think
be
he's
part of
passing the
it.
buck back to PCB in case you want to go.
We have a question and comment here. If you could.
Sure.
We'll
Okay,
just
we
take
can
this
take
and
the
then we can
question and
have
then maybe
that
you can
after that.
respond.
Yeah.
I'm Gautam Kamath from BAF as well as Changemakers of Kanakpura Road Association. I have a point on Mr. Chari said. All your CFO clearly says that the builder has to operate the STP for 5 years and then take NOC from Pollution Control Board, then only hand over to the association. I don't know how many builders knows that, but everyone please read your CFOs. Second part is, can we look at grey water? I'm not sure. Europe and all have grey water because 60% of the water can come back, 30% rest of the water can go to the sewage system. But load on BWCSB comes down because the volumes are big, pipeline laying, everything is huge. If Bangalore can look at grey water, 60% goes to grey water, rest goes to your STP, centralized STP. If that possibility is there, that's a good choice. And second, the first point was no desilting happens. Flooding is because not just of rain, it is desilting part. 90% of the stormwater drains are not desilted at all. So that is the challenge. And they desilt just 5 days before it rains and put on the footpath. Again, it goes back. First rain, it goes back. So the challenges are, and there is no funds for maintenance. BWCSB, BBMP, BDA have no money for maintenance. Only money is there for capital expenditure. So these are the 3 main points which I want to make address, and this has to be addressed.
Thanks. Maybe you can take the next question and then come back.
Yeah, thank you.
You mentioned CFO, is it not? CFO is issued to whom? No, is it for association or the builder? No. The CFO which you are mentioning, has it? Okay. No, CFO is to whom? No. Who is the applicant?
then there is no question of if if it is issued to the builder, it is the builder's responsibility. If the association applies, then it becomes association.
The first time after establishment.
First CFO to the builder. So then it's okay.
Yeah.
Get this other question.
So 3 questions. This is one to the builder out here. I suggest you please go to Virar. HDIL has come up with a 600 KLD plant in their premises. It is built out of SPD technology. And over on top, there is a garden. And they charge more for the garden facing plant. Basically, below that, there is an STB and there is no smell. That is the biggest concern for most of the plants here is the smell because they put it below the, I don't know, -4 or -5. So please, that is one thing.
Which is the name of the
HDIL is the builder. In Virar, I physically visited
Virar.
this plant in Mumbai. So it's a 600 KLD plant and it is MBR quality. You can see that and you can get it tested also. Second thing is to your question on twin pipelines, Nada Prabhu Kempegowda layout, which is built by BDA, has got a twin pipeline. There are 10 STPs of MBR built. It is still building. I don't know when they're going to complete, but there is a twin pipeline network. On the nature-based question which you asked, Jacoso technology, which Mr. Chari said, it's basically a septic tank in a FRP. Wonderful. SBT is a great technology. Vertical constructed wetland, BITS Pilani, Goa campus has come up with. These are the technologies which will help for the associations because all these bigger capacity plants, it is too much expensive to manage and the smell is too much and order is a big problem there. Nobody will go and maintain. So it's a flop case. So I think I've given all this.
Thanks. This is interesting, but could you also introduce yourself?
I'm Pradyumna from IDEC. I'm there as SVP Urban. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to comment, especially on the separating out the black water and the gray water, I think that's a very useful thing because, like you said, 70% is gray water. So is it like, do you think it's financially viable and just treat the black water and the rest can be?
In fact, I used to think Karnataka was in the forefront of all these new models and other things. But now I find Maharashtra is going further ahead. In Maharashtra, that is the rule now. You need to treat only your gray water, reuse it because 60% is what your requirement is. You treat your own requirement and the rest, the black water, you are allowed to discharge into the UGD. So I think that's a very good model that serves the purpose of incentivizing them so that they know that they are treating only what they need to, they can recycle and reuse. So they get the benefit and the government does its job of treating the black water, which is fairly simple. But doing the same thing, segregating gray water, black water in your own apartment and treating in 2 STPs is totally out of question. And we have seen this again and again. We have seen so many STPs using this model. They just end up with 2 STPs not working and occupying double the space.
That is, if it's retrofitting, maybe newer apartments design can consider that. Any last question? RO. Well, actually, there's a quick question. Should apartments have an RO within the apartment or should it be? Yeah, I think that's a important topic in itself. I don't think we have time. Any last questions and then we can wrap up.
For RO, there is a notification issued by ministry. I think that is to be.
No, there's a very good story I have to tell you. From one of the apartments, a lot of ladies came and asked me, we have this RO system in our kitchens and this thing. The reject water has a TDS of 400. What should we do with that? I said, drink it. So, I mean, that is the level of understanding of most people. Why they have to put an RO when they are getting Kaveri water? And it's absolutely useless. So education is the key, not only in terms of STPs, but even in terms of the water treatment, other aspects.
Thanks. You had last question.
My name is Madhuri, and I am co-founder of Friends of Lakes. My question is to Mr. Satish. Since he works with BAF and he works with so many different communities, I feel that stakeholder involvement, particularly communities, are not encouraged as much, and it's not even in the, not mentioned, largely even in the water policy, either national or state level. So I think this is a very, very big link which can be put together? Because you work with BAF, I think you should throw some light on this.
See, working with communities, see, we are actually, why we are into the apartment? Because we don't have space in Bangalore to have our own individual house. So we growing vertically. So if you see individual house versus the apartment, why this disparity or this thing? We have to solve this problem, which is not possible, correct? So there's a reason what we are doing now is we are working with partners like Bell Lab and others to work with. Even we are okay or we are open to work with Friends of Lake to solve this problem, because we are not people who technically competent to work within this line. Correct. We are there to stay in an apartment and we have other professional things. Correct. See, I'm doing a honorary job. Vikram is doing a honorary job. Correct. So we don't have any time to do all these things. So that's the reason we are also working with partners, and we are welcome to work with more partners to solve this problem.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. I think you want to just.
Only 2 points.
Sure.
For the Distributor Association, 3 points I think they have got to keep in mind. Number one, once the STP has been set up, then it has got some life. You have got to replace so many things. So some kind of fund has to be created by the association to replacement of this. It may come as a surprise for them after some time. So they have to spend a lot of money. The second issue is the government of India has come out with already in some cases they have started imposing environmental compliance, environmental compensation cost. That's one thing. The new enactment has come. It is yet to be, date has to be notified from what date is going to be this thing. So they have started this penalty earlier in the process of decriminalization of the pollution control laws. They have started introducing the penalty scheme. Penalty will be ranging from 10,000 to 15 lakhs, depending upon the type of industry. So if any, be it industry or whoever it is, if the effluents are not meeting the standards, then the PCB may start imposing. There is a mechanism how it is to be, penalty has to be imposed. But they are open for that. That's what I want to make that. When you are talking about incentive, you got to look at the other aspects also, the other side of the coin. Okay.
That will be the biggest incentive for people to run their. No. Putting penalty, there is a transparency, but other things also they should bring transparency by the pollution control board. I think we can solve this problem.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I think we've run out of time. I think it's time to wrap up before the next session. So we heard a lot of interesting points, some of which there are no clear answers. In fact, I would have liked somebody from BWSSB or UDD to be part of it, because a lot of it is related to policy. Fundamentally, what is the cost of water? If you are being, if the regular potable water is being subsidized, what is the incentive for actually making an STP work, reusing the treated water when it's cheaper to just get Kaveri water to, wash your car or whatever. So that is I think, key thing about how do you create value for treated water? How do you incentivize? What are the new business models? There are new things happening in the from both innovative and from a technology perspective. There are things coming out from the market that we are seeing. But from a state perspective, what are their innovative policies? What are the schemes they can adopt? Are there sort of incentives and tax breaks and things like that? Like, for example, if you can give a tax break for a large apartment which is trying to retrofit or come up or experiment with some newer technology. These are things would be useful to consider as well. There are definitely gaps in terms of capacity building, the quality of maintenance. So day-to-day operational things are a huge issue. Every apartment knows this. And there is also the issue of risk that Mr. Simha talked about, that you're actually dealing with treated water. And if one STP breaks down, what is the impact on the health of the communities? So far, we've just managed and hear of these cases. Okay, there is, people have had, issues with contaminated water or whatever, but it's not become such a big deal yet. We've perhaps not come across cases, but it is a risk and that we need to be aware of and kind of preempt as well. Overall, yes, I think we've kind of heard a lot of different aspects. How do these all come together, and what will be a scalable sort of way forward? And integrating all these different ideas and solutions, localized and yet in a way that actually at a city level, we're able to reach to whatever 80% or 90% reuse of treated water would be really good to see in the next few years. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to the zero discharge is not fun. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Malia, Dr. Kudawasal. Thank you, Mr. Sinha. Thank you, Mr. Rahman. And thank you, Meera, for moderating such an excellent panel discussion. Before we break for lunch, we have two very short videos to play for you. We have Mr. V. Ramprasad, who's the co-founder of Friends of Lakes, a Bengaluru-based citizen group to protect and rejuvenate lakes. We also have a short video from Mr. Mohan Kumar, who's a water expert and a former professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. Requesting Shashank to play both videos before we break for lunch.
My name is Ram Prasad, and I'm co-founder of Friends of Lakes and Federation of Bengaluru Lakes. Bengaluru, from more than a century, has been depending on water, that is imported water from outside. By bringing so much of imported water, many a times we forget the local water. So the disconnect is something that we see in most of the Bengaluru. They don't understand that this water comes at a very, very huge cost. And that cost is borne by the public itself. We need to look at each drop, that at least each drop is utilized twice. The amount of rainfall that happens to Bengaluru, using of this rainwater, and to use it in a proper way also. This also needs to be looked into. 2-3 things that will play a very important role in the water sector of Bengaluru is the rainwater and the treated water. A wastewater which should be included in the water balance of the city. Quality parameters needs to be taken very, very strictly, and standards needs to be mentioned and to be codified and to be bought in. And these standards needs to be followed by each and everybody. So lakes also, which have been playing a very, very pivotal role, not now from centuries for the water security of Bengaluru. We have seen that of late, many lakes have encroached. At the same time, most of the lakes are getting only sewage water. So how are we going to look at lakes as drinking water sources? That is going to be a very far-fetched idea. But at the same time, whether these lakes can actually be a source of rainwater harvesting and huge rainwater harvesting structures, at the same time, groundwater recharge structures, and maybe flood mitigation structures. These are the primary important roles that we are seeing, or reimagined important roles of the lakes in the city of Bengaluru, which is also which can actually augment a pretty good amount of water towards the water security of Bengaluru. It is nice that now Bangalore is giving its treated water to the other districts, and it is that is all going to have a positive or whatever impact it has to have, it is having. But at the same time, we should not forget the quality of water, and before giving to the other districts, Bangalore has to look into its own water security and not again depend upon something from outside. End of the day, if it is under one body, so that one body is fully responsible for everything that is concerned with water, would be a way forward to go for governance for us, so that there is easy governance and there is no blame game going on, and there is transparency and accountability that can come in governance and administration.
I'm Mohan Kumar. I spent all my career in water, I should say, and of course, whatever career is there, still it will be only in water. It's extremely important we give a lot of attention to wastewater. We bring a very large amount of water from Kaveri to Bangalore. And in that line, obviously the thumb rule says about 80% of the water comes out. So we bring about more than 1450 mld of water. We bring in, and together probably about 600 mld is being used, taken out from groundwater. So when you try to look at out of 2000 or even more than 2200 mld currently, 80% comes out. So imagine that we treat this water, whatever stages are, whether it is secondary or tertiary or need based. This water will be available for the purposes. It could be for construction, it could be for irrigation. And of course, if we do it with tertiary, we blend it with fresh water. It will also be available for drinking purposes. So that way the water stress will come down. I think this has to be definitely taken. But at the same time, we should also understand that we cannot hold all that water here. We should not hold also. Water has a natural tendency which we should respect. We should make water to flow. One thing when we try to look at for Bangalore, especially whenever we try to look at obviously the shortages and excesses, there has to be some balances which we need to do. How do we do that? Obviously, some sort of a storage. So when we talk of storages, obviously starting from local small storages in could be in public parks elsewhere. It could be open water ponds. It could down the line be even the underground reservoirs, which obviously involve a lot of cost, which we need to look at. So we need to really come out with strategies to harvest this excess water. More important, all our tanks and whatever we call the tanks, enough tanks which we have have to use it more effectively, and especially creating balances between the tanks themselves. In the sense, we should create drawdown conditions. We need to be ready to accept flood upstream. We need to be ready to open the gates and allow water to move downstream, so that the other tanks are filled up. This is one option. And more important, probably, I will say, is the management of whole water system itself. So when we say this, for example, it could be we bring a huge quantity of water. Our losses are extremely high, something like anywhere it hovers around between 30%, more of towards 40% in the pipelines. Is there a way to reduce these leakages? Of course, some may argue that leakages will help in groundwater, but probably, if you ask me personally, that's not the way to do recharging. There are other methods of doing it. So that amounts to some sort of a decentralized controls and also accounting water balances. It could be whatever you want to call zones. It could be down the line to DMAs. So how much water is given, how much is taken by consumed by the people. So some sort of balancing into proper engineering solutions have to be put with a lot of technology being there. And another thing also will be in all these things, we need to give value to water. Somehow because it's relatively cheaper, whatever is the idea, the wastage is very large in every different levels.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramprasad and Mr. Dr. Mohan Kumar, for those insightful comments. I'd like to apologize to Christian for not being able to take questions for your session, but I'm hoping some of you can catch him during lunch. We'll now break for lunch. Please join us on the second floor for a delicious meal by Millet Mama. The lifts are to the right side as you exit the auditorium. You can also take the steps. Lunch is on the second floor. We will see you post lunch for the concluding two sessions at 2:30. So about an hour for lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, we can just put it. No, just come back to the government, right? Or you can see any other sorry. Which batteries we can replace? Are these the chargeable?
We're just waiting for people to get back into the room. We'll begin in about a couple of minutes. Is this on?
No, this one isn't on.
You should start. I hope you've had a good lunch break. Welcome back. We will now begin with the third panel discussion for today. This is basically on wastewater standards and regulations. Our panelists for this session are Mr. Aditya Rao, Dr. Inayatullah, Mr. M. Selvarasu, Sri Mahesh T, Dr. Shubha Avinash, and will be moderated by Shreya Nath from Well Labs. Before we begin and go any further, I'd like to briefly introduce our panelists for the session. Mr. Aditya Rao co-founded Grentivity in 2018. The organization refurbishes and fixes sewage treatment plants and waste and water treatment plants for nearly 74 resident welfare associations in Bengaluru. He has had a career of over 24 years with technology companies like Dell, Lenovo, and HPE in sales roles. He also has close to 3 decades experience in running and managing some of these firms. Dr. Inayatullah is a professor at University of Wastewater, College of Engineering, Bangalore University. He has more than 25 years of teaching experience and is a life member of the Environmental and Water Resources Engineering Group, ASCE, WWI, ASTEE, and ASFPM. He has presented and published technical papers in national and international seminars and conferences. Mr. Selvarasu is the Managing Director of Lead Consultancy and Engineering Services India Private Limited, one of the market leaders in mechanical, electrical, and plumbing design and green design in India. He is one of the founding members of the World Green Building Council and the Indian Green Building Council. He has performed energy audits for more than 400 industries and buildings and conducted over 400 training programs on sustainability around the world. Sri Mahesh is the Chief Environmental Officer at the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. He has an MTech in Environmental Engineering and specializes in compliance verification and reporting policies as well as programs. Dr. Shubha Avinash is the head of the Civil Engineering Department at the Geetam School of Technology, Bangalore. She takes courses in advanced water resources, engineering, disaster management, water resources research using GIS, remote sensing, and hydrological and hydroclimatic models. Shreya Nath, who is the moderator for the session, leads the Urban Water Program at Well Labs. Her role involves mapping urban water systems to uncover ways to build climate resilient cities. She specializes in sustainable architecture and urban planning and has contributed to the design and execution of a wide range of projects, from large-scale master planning schemes to detailed-oriented residential buildings. I would like to now call upon the panelists and Shreya to commence the session.
Since I've been given the honor of moderating the session right after lunch, in order to do justice to the eminent panelists here, I thought let's just do a quick show of hands with a series of questions first before we get to the panel itself. How many of you know what happens to your sewage once it leaves your building? %50 of our audience. Okay, great. How many of you know what kinds of decentralized STPs actually exist in Bangalore? Great. And finally, how many of you know the regulations and standards that are applicable for both your sewage and these decentralized sewage treatment plants? So I hope that we actually get some clarity on that third question, which clearly had the lowest numbers over here in the audience. So some of the broad areas that were actually covered in the first session were we need to look into various aspects of decentralized sewage, starting right from the design. So improvement of the treatment systems themselves, the operation of these systems, how can they actually be managed better? And then finally, the end product, which is the water itself. What are the water quality standards and what are the risks involved with that? So what we really hope to cover in this panel today is all of these broad areas. So I'd like to start with Mahesh sir by asking you, as somebody who's from the Pollution Control Board, you have different kinds of regulations in place right now when it comes to decentralized sewage treatment. One of the comments that we heard from Shri MDN Simha, who used to be part of the KSPCB, was that actually the Pollution Control Board does not vet or verify the designs of systems that are installed, although there is a consent for operation that's given. Can you talk a little bit about how you are supporting builders and apartment owners in deciding what the right choice of system is in the first place?
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all the panelists also. Yeah. First of all, I thank Well Labs for giving me an opportunity to come over here and share some of the views of the regulator, that is the State Pollution Control Board. As Shreya has already, posed a question regarding what type of the legislations are in place to address the decentralized sewage treatment plants. I think our, chief environmental officer and also he held the position of member secretary in the past. Shri MDN Simha might have interacted with you in the forenoon session. But just to add a few things, regarding these decentralized wastewater treatment plants, I would say that we have an act called the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974, passed in the year 1974. And, this act provides for all the, the generators of wastewater in general to obtain consent for establishment and consent for operation for whatever the activity is. So accordingly, the industries, the other establishments like the hospitals, the infrastructure projects, they are all covered under the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974. So when it comes to the regulation, I would say that before establishment of any facility for treatment and disposal, the proponent is supposed to make an application with the requisite details regarding what kind of system he is going to establish so as to ensure that the quality of wastewater meets the standards stipulated by the regulator. Accordingly, these aspects are examined, but final the decision will be taken regarding whether the treatment scheme, whatever is proposed, whether it is in a position to meet the standards or not. So to that extent, the proponents are advised if there is any change required so as to suit the standard requirement. So accordingly, they were asked to modify or change their proposal. So that is for consent for establishment. And at the time of consent for establishments, conditions are stipulated, including the quantity, quality, and the quantity of quality of discharge, and also where he is supposed to discharge. All these aspects are mentioned in the consent for establishment conditions. So at the time of operation, regulator expect that all these conditions are fulfilled, so that the plant is in a position to meet the conditions stipulated by the regulator, including the standards mentioned in the consent for establishments. Accordingly, the consent for operation applications are received, and then they are examined, and then they are permitted if they are feasible and in compliance with the CAP conditions. This is the point I just would like to share with you.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Selvarasu, I'd like to come to you next. Being someone who's actually a consultant to several builders regarding water, waste, and energy, when you're actually designing a sewage treatment plant, can you tell us a little bit about that process, and especially with regards to getting it approved? What do you think has worked well? Where are the areas you feel there should be more standardization?
Before that, I like to start with codes and standard a little bit. Now, I did small study. I represent World GBC. When we talk about codes and standard guidelines and bylaws, India has the maximum number across the globe. And when it comes to the implementation, least. So that is where the bottleneck. So we don't require any extra code standard in the country. We have everything. We have to put it in practice. When it comes to the design is happening well. Okay. I don't think there is a problem in the design. Even during lunchtime, I'm discussing with various people. And the concern here is a very sensitive issue. I can open it up. The nexus kills the entire final product. Be it nexus between government, private, consultant, developer, architect, technology provider. That's where taking a different turn on took place. I think that's one point we attempt. We have done the job. That's what I wanted. I don't want to go beyond that. Technically, we have a capability in the country, and we have technology. We have case studies. We have fantastic standards and codes available. I'll come to the code later. There's a lot of development happening in the country for water. I'm part of the committee. I'll talk about later. But there's one thing we need. I've been addressing this various forum, and I get backfiring from consultant community. Okay, that's a pathetic. That's what I want to stop with this. Thank you.
So I think you've brought up a very good point about the nexus. What do you suggest as a possible solution for that? Supposing you could, wave a magic wand and fix that issue, what do you think is the key component?
Now, this is one good point. I keep demanding with the government level that don't restrict your incentive to the developer and technology provider. The incentive should be passed on to the consumers, then they demand. In fact, one of the recommendations given to the Bengaluru, where I'm doing the codal implementation for the state for last 2 years, nothing is moving. All the states in the country, if you look at sustainability, the incentive given to the technology provider and developer, let it be there. But can you pass some 10-15% to the consumers? Then they sit in the driver's seat, demand what they want. Now, consumer education is zero, incentive is not there, they sleep. We have done more than 1,000 building or 2,000 building in the country. I have not seen any consumer, including facility managers, part of this design. So that means we design something, dump it on other heads, let them do whatever they want. The closed loop mechanism or feedback mechanism is almost zero. Residential, 100% is not there. We never ever interact with any of the residential owner to take their input from past experience. It is like one-way communication. I design, implement, you operate or die. That's how it goes.
I think you bring up a very valid point about how the design is done independent of the end user. Aditya, I'd like to come to you next because actually you deal with a different part of that value chain where you're actually dealing with the end user, and generally they come to you because their systems are not working and they need some guidance on how to better run it. Can you tell us a little bit about what is the level of education of the RWAs that are coming to you and have these existing problems? What do you think you would give as advice to the consultants that are designing the systems?
Thank you, Shreya, and thank you for having me on this panel, Well Labs. I think if you take all the consultants who have designed these systems, okay, and bring them to any one of my STPs that I own and operate or any other STP, I'm sure if you take 10 consultants, 9.5 of them will stop designing STPs. Right. So the problem is that someone has designed it, someone else has built it, someone has inherited it, and someone else is supposed to live with it and operate it. Right. So if all these entities can be part of that design process, then I think most of the issues that we have with design and access, right, will get eliminated and solved. So all of us need to be on board. But then the problem again is that all of us work in different points in time. If I have acquired an STP today on behalf of you, my customer, or whoever, and I say that, we identify that there are design issues and because of which we can't operate it, right? You as my customer do not know who designed it. Probably you'll know who built it because the point in time record for you is the builder. So there needs to be, some mechanism either through Well Labs or, you guys are doing a fantastic job of bringing us all on board. If not, forever STP vendors like me and just like Dr. Anant Kodavatsal before me said, we'll be doing these surgeries. And, any surgery, whether to a human or, any living being thing or to an STP costs a lot of money.
I'd like to add one more point I forgot to mention. There's a good point you brought in. As a consultant, I have seen my practical life, the least important given to the STP design. The majority of the discussion happened in the board that I have so much space to accommodate. That ends the story. It's supposed to be more, but the discussion predominantly happened 90% by the aesthetic, look and feel, and maybe optimizing energy, water least given important. I think that's one bottleneck I've seen in every place. And also keep saying people that why don't you attach some performance-based bonus to the consultant and technology provider? Don't upfront pay. They say you take 50%, 60%, pay more. It's a 1 crore, you pay 2 crore, doesn't matter. I said that 1 crore extra I'm paying, you prove the performance. The performance-based incentive given to the designer and technology provider, almost every system is going to work better for the entire life. We building for 60 years, and equipments are going to run for 15 years at least, most of the equipments. And operating cost is 90%. Investment capex is only 10%. But the important given to the capex is more than your 90% of the cost, which is required to be operated. I think this shift is required in the entire approach right now in the industry.
Thank you so much, sir. So, Mahesh sir, I'm going to come back to you. So two good suggestions from people at different parts of the supply chain. One with saying that, there should be some more education of the end users and they should be part of the decision-making process. And the other is, can there be an incentive structure in terms of operation itself? Is there some way that, if the systems are well operating, they are rewarded? Can you think of a way that this can actually be included in the regulation? Because one of the key functions of the Pollution Control Board is to ensure well-functioning systems. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
No, it's a good thought actually. And the Pollution Control Board not only, act as a regulator, but also, guides various stakeholders involved in this process actually. I just would like to mention two aspects in this regard. See, last 1.5 years back, we carried out some assessment, wherein certain capacity and above STPs were surveyed, investigated, and identified the good ones actually, and we rewarded them. In fact, we had a session like this. We called all those the STP operators as well as the resident welfare associations. We rewarded. This is one aspect just I would like to share with you. So we keep on identifying those good STPs and reward them. This is one thing. Second thing is when it comes to Government of Karnataka, in fact, yes, we also know the problems in operation and maintenance of STPs, because various stakeholders are involved, right from design, then construction, then initially it is operated by the constructed the entity, and later on it is being handed over to the resident welfare association. Again, they handed over to some consultant. These things are there, we know. But in order to address this problem, in fact, we at Environmental Management and Policy Research Institute, with the support of the state government, we are conducting programs on these STP operators and helpers actually. And last year, from 2019 till last year, we trained about 300 operators and helpers. This is a 25-day residential program. And as per the norms, those who failed A standard could not carry out their, studies further, and also failed 12th standard could not carry out their further studies. Those candidates were selected across the state, in fact, and then they were given all the facilities. And, in this 25 days program, we tried to give best of their best actually, because we know the problems actually, and we want the resident welfare associations or the other entities who are not in a position to have a qualified operators. We want to provide support to them, so that these operators not only operate the facility efficiently, but also identify the deficiencies in the system, and then it can be rectified also. To that extent, we are providing this kind of services through the Environmental Management Policy Research Institute. In fact, out of 25 days, we give 10 days theoretical exposure. All the other 15 days, they have been exposed for all good and bad treatment facilities, STPs and DTPs. We take them to good STPs, both at the public sector as well as at the private sector. And this time, in fact, after conducting 10 programs and training 300 people, we have come out with another idea. Not only we should expose them from morning to evening, we want to depute them for, say, 3 days, 4 days at one STP, so that they will understand how the pumps works, or how the aerator works, how the system functions. All these things will be known. What are the parameters to be looked into for efficient operation of STP? All these aspects will be taught during 3 days actually. So we want to, depute 3 candidates for each STP and then rotate them for all good and bad STPs. By this way, we try to address the problem of, STP operation and maintenance. At the same time, these candidates, those who are all unemployed, will also get an opportunity to be in the mainstream of environmental pollution control. Thank you.
That seems like a very good initiative, sir. I'd like to move to a different side of the incentives. So one incentive is to, yes, show appreciation when people are actually operating their STPs well. But another thing we've heard from RWAs is the option of selling the water outside the apartment fence. Because right now, the zero liquid discharge law does not allow the sale of water or the movement of water outside the apartment fence for activities like construction and industry, which we saw this morning that has tremendous potential. Dr. Inayatullah, I'd like to start with you, sir. So one of the things that we've heard builders tell us that are actually using this water, they don't publicize the usage of this water because they're unsure what standard they should be using for testing. There is the IS 456. However, that is mostly relevant to potable water. Can you talk a little bit about what you think should be there as a standard as a member of the Bureau of Indian Standards?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So I am a professor, I'm director of Water Institute in Bengaluru University. Also, I am a technical advisory committee member of BBMP in lakes and stormwater drainages from past 2 decades almost. And from past few years, I am technical advisory committee member of Bureau of Indian Standards. 2 days back, we conducted, even Mahesh sir was there, we conducted a 2 days program in Vikas Sauda for engineers. Engineers, that is, in sensitization of Indian standards for irrigation engineers. Also on seminar on urban flooding. And in Bureau of Indian Standards, there is some 16 or more than that sections are there. In that, one of the section is Water Resources Development section, WRD 10, for which we are the members. And what we have, even before that, I was a consultant from Bangalore University for we rejuvenated some in 2006 to 10, some 10 lakes, BDA lakes of 100 crores project. For that, I am the consultant for Chakku, Rationality and all. During that, we started from dewatering to all the activities. Simultaneously, I produced 2 PhD on Chakkur itself. Chakkur watershed itself, we have, because since I had all the data, and also I returned this to DST, and DST has allotted, awarded me one project of using isotope for the same Chakkur study and all. All these data, details, everything I have given to BIS also, during that also. So what is the idea of this BIS here is to collect the information, to collect all the research data, and all the research organizations are members of that. And they want to keep on updating. And also we wanted to increase the standardization of these codes and all. These are the story of BI and us. So that is an idea for which we initiated in Vikas Sauda, these 2 programs. And we want to continue this training program to everyone so that, and we can collect all the information so that if there is a lacuna or if there is some standards are missing, that has to be the research from well lab or something, even Mahesh are also there. So we wanted to submit that. And then it comes in our monthly meetings in WRD sections of Bureau, which is both online and offline. And all the members throughout India, they refer that. And then finally, it is going to be standardizations and all. Regarding this reuse of water and construction of this one, our college, particularly whichever construction, whether it is a cement, whether it is a reinforcement, any rods or beams or cubes, all samples comes to our department. And we conduct the test. We conduct the completely its durability, compressibility, all workability, everything, all the testings has to be done. Even for plumbing, even pipes will also come. Like that, whoever are using any water, they have to first, the sample has to come to our department. It means they are coming to department. And like that, for sewage, see that it is a pH, TS, VS, TSS, BOD, COD, like that, hygienic, like total coliform, means chloriform and facial chloriform, like that, all the parameters they will give. And IS 456/2000 also clearly mentioned that water which is using for construction cement, that initial setting time and final setting time, that should not be affected. And also it should not be, means it should not be acidic. pH value has to be measured, the concentration. Like that, what is that? We will go on testing, see that all the tests, see maximum sewage water, reusable water has come to our department. And we have tested accordingly. And IS 3025, 1978, this has given all the samples, all the chemicals for which how to test and what are their permissible limit. All the standards are. And accordingly, the test has to be done according to IS 3025, 1978. And we check those, all the parameters, their permissible limit, and whether it is usable or not, or chloride and all is there or not, whether it is going to affect its reinforcement or going to reduce its strength or workability or strength, and important initial setting, final setting, all parameters will be observed and those values will be given to them. Like this, every material are coming, and I'm having many samples with me. I want to show, if you want, so that those, I have brought some 4 or 5 samples here, which they are testing and they're reusing this water already. And the standardization is also there. Even if they are missing also, we want to conduct, along with Pollution Control Board, MPRE, we want to give the trainings also. Our Water Institute is a center of excellence in Bengaluru city, in UVC, Civil Engineering Department, which wants to work with all the stakeholders. It is non-academic, means academic portion is Water Resources Department. Non-academic interdisciplinary is Water Institute, for which I am the director. We are taking, that is why we have taken a program to create a standardization for engineers, particularly for and one of the partner is for hosted, this is WRDO, and chiefs of the Rakesh Singh ji, who has I am additional civil secretary also, Krishnamurthy, they were hosted this program, and and it is online program. Like that, we can work all of it you. If some other project is there, even BIS wants to fund us to do the research and carry out the work and bring the final conclusions or whatever conclusion it comes. And then it will be kept in the ward meeting, WRD section meeting. And once it is approved, going to be standardized. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir. So I had a quick follow-up question with regards to the concrete testing. How often is that done in a project, sir? Is it done once or is it done multiple times?
No samples. It has to come many times. One sample is having no meaning at all.
So
for
it comes,
no one will accept also.
So-
and different period, different sample. And if changing the water sample, they have to bring the samples again. And not only water, even cement, even reinforcement. Because the cement permissible limit, whatever they have mentioned, that has to be tested, whether it is really that is there within that permissible limit or not. So like that, even our NBA accreditation or ACNAC, they won't ask how we are teaching, how we are doing these activities, these consultants activities. Then only our students will also learn. And this gap between market to academic also can be reduced. This is the concept which is going on. And TechUp is one program, World Bank who funds. What they say is you purchase any cost, any equipment, but after the students work or something, it should earn. It should not be dummy. That is the concept of the new education policies.
Great. Thank you, sir. Dr. Shubha, I just wanted to come to you. So the National Green Tribunal has stated for decentralized sewage treatment plants, there should be zero liquid discharge, which means that we have to have 100% reuse within the apartment fence. What happens though, since this is not possible, unofficially, most apartments are letting out their water into the stormwater channels. What impact does this have on flooding in the city?
Okay. As of in the previous panels also, there were a lot of discussions on flooding issues, how it will actually increase the volume of water inside the stormwater drains. As we all know, in Bangalore, these stormwater drains are constructed or they have been constructed. It's been a long time, been more than few decades. And the capacity of that was connected to a very old kind of a rainfall scenarios, wherein the stormwater design manual only whatever it is too old to refer to for the stormwater drainage design, construction, or even maintenance. And with the increasing high intensity and short duration rainfall these days in any urban catchment, uh, definitely this addition of water, what is left out from each building, you're talking about the layouts, that is even much more, in a larger quantity. And even in a very single, nuclear households, it definitely adds a lot of volume to it, and it will increase the flooding scenario, not only because of the volume increase, but also somebody mentioned about the maintenance of stormwater drain, wherein we all know it. We need not to reiterate on the reasons why the urban scenarios get flooded. And in that context, I think somebody mentioned there is no maintenance or particular funding which is happening for stormwater drainage anywhere. But I want to get on to that point. I think BBMP is the only one in the country to get a funding for stormwater drainage maintenance from past 2 years, if I'm not wrong. Professor might be knowing. And having said that, so how efficiently it is happening is one thing. And what is the, how do we relook into it when, as it is known that it is like monsoon is coming and 4-5 days before, desilting will not be much effective. So how do we even look into that? How do we even run some scenarios on that and understand the complete flow in the stormwater drain to control the flooding scenario will be the first thing to address to. In that context, I want to go back and bring in here the K100 drain project, which was being very successful in the implementation. But going ahead, how the maintenance, that is part of, so we all say, it is part of a government administration or whoever has taken that particular work, that is the headache of that particular board or community. But how much we own as a citizen also matter in, it is a collaborative work individually, and a lot of capacity building has to happen on this. Having said all this, when we are saying like we leave out a lot of water from the household, so that is where we have to connect to the value of water. How much we value water. We all feel it is like in very abundant, but if we have to go very scientifically, the availability of fresh water, it is very niche. And how we have to bring on this particular reuse of water in different scenarios is very much important. I think Well Lab has come out with a very good initiative on this, because even all of us know how good it is to reuse water. Nobody want to practice. Even if you take me or you, we have a question mark, how much we are connected to it. I think, yes, we have to look into this reuse of, treated water. And with respect to construction, because I am working in a water domain for sure, but basically I'm also a civil engineer. So connecting to it, there is a lot of green construction, green buildings system coming into picture. There is something called as green concrete. It is not only in the on-site construction, you need not to use the treated water, but in the manufacture of these products, you can reuse the treated water. There is a lot of research which says the tertiary treated wastewater usage in in the product of concrete, in manufacture of concrete, it has more durability. It increases the durability by 11.5% than which is done with the use of fresh water. So that gives all the, we can set up our mind to use the reused water, treated water in different scenarios.
regarding flooding, because we did a program on flooding also. See that it is not only that network, that drainages, now it is urbanized. So if you go back to again topo sheet and the same drainage system and removing encroachment, but urbanized drainage system also has to be restudied. And problem is even all DPRs, what is happening, the amount they have sanctioned for this hydrological study is very less. Because they invited me for this Kaban Park, and Kaban Park for they are doing some regeneration work. Hydrology has not been done. We've asked them to do the yield test and all. There is no money for that. And similarly, all smart city hydrologies, they are giving least important. Even in G20, so much amount has been constructed. They know that there is a what is the climate and everything, rainfall and all. They have not traced the drainage system. Now, rural drainage system is different. Urban drainage systems are different. Choking is another problem. But which is the now digital elevation model newly you have to take? You have to re-study which is the where is the our drainage system is going, which is the path our water is taking. It needs wholesome study. And also during 2016 in Jakkur construction itself, we connected all the lakes from Venkateshpura to Jakkur or Jakkur to Rachanalli. In between what happens, BBMP area has come. And already some SWD was there. That we cannot touch. Whatever in the area of BBDM only has to be completed. Remaining, they have to get the project. This tendering on different timing is also a biggest problem. And in tendering also what happens, downstream tender happens first, upstream tendering happening different timings. When you are not done upstream, whatever the work you have taken in the downstream is of no use. Even if you see the Rishabhavati, the first lake of Rishabhavati itself is polluted. If I concentrate on my Gnana Bharati to treat the Rishabhavati, what is the use? So the whole, it should be the whole study has to be done. And most important is urban drainage, and we know which are the low-lying areas. And then it is very important for us when we urbanize, when what is the urbanized drainage has to be done in detailed study, then only we can avoid flooding. You see that in 2022, Kogilu got flooded because of that Elanka Lake, because drainage system. Then when it has corrected, next time it is not flooded. The other area got the flooded. So like that, it is the study and giving least important to hydrology is the main cause of floods.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to ask a question regarding standards in usage for construction. One of the things that was raised today was that we test for residual chlorine because it's a way to kill the pathogens in the water. However, the test for water usage for concrete curing, the two main parameters are testing for sulfates and chlorides. So with wastewater, although it might increase durability once the chlorine has actually deactivated, what do we do in the interim? Mr. Mahesh, I'd like you to take this.
Yeah, from the discussion, it is clear that we generate enough wastewater, and we also know that there is a lot of demand for that actually, but how to connect it, that is an issue actually. And another aspect of it is actually, yes, to what standard I should treat to ensure that I can use it in agriculture, in horticulture, in forestry development, in construction, in my own for my own recycling, in my toilets, car washing, floor washing, secondary uses in industries like boilers, cooling towers. All these issues are there, and everybody knows about it. But then the standards, that is a very, very important thing. So as far as drinking water standards are concerned, as we all know, 10,500 is there. And we check for all those parameters. If it meets, yes, you can use that water for potable purposes. no issue. Similarly, we have standards for different uses actually. So the very important aspect when it comes to wastewater, especially the sewage effluent, is yes, there is enough demand in urban centers because a lot of construction works are going on. Metro is going on, then infrastructure development projects are going on, big apartments and commercial complexes are coming. There is enough demand for the wastewater, but then how to connect it? And then, okay, again, there are two issues. One is voluntary, another one is mandatory. And with our experience, we all know that when you make it mandatory, it doesn't work. We all impose ZLD for all the apartments, all the establishments. Do you think we are meeting those requirements? It is just on paper. Okay. We have case studies. If I have time, I will share with you. But because of the limited time here, I don't want to get into those aspects. We have our own experience on this actually. It doesn't work. Then what we should do? Standards. You make standard like I said 10,500. Anybody for that matter, even if you go to the rural areas, they know that some standards exist actually. Especially the departments who are responsible supplying this water, they know that this should be the quality before I supply to the end users. Similarly, the usage of this treated sewage can be encouraged by way of coming out with a proper standard. This is the first and basic thing to be done actually. Though the Pollution Control Board has carried out some studies with the IISc, we got the preliminary report, especially usage of treated sewage in construction. We got the preliminary report. Yes, it is possible. That's screen we have passed. Then next, this thing is we need to carry out in-depth study because it is not the question of usage of treated sewage for 1 day, 1 month, 1 year, 10 years. Structure has to remain for 50 years, 60 years. We have to test it for very critical parameters. And we have to ensure or give a very strong message to the people that, okay, this water assures the strength in terms of its tensile strength or compression strength or its stability. All these things we need to ensure. Say, for example, even within construction, where you can't, you don't have much, you don't require much safety aspects like road construction. So we have to start like that actually. Yes, this quality of water can be used for road construction where it is safe to use. Then we have to start with some other infrastructure related projects, developmental projects. Then we have to finally go to the, the residential complexes, residential, buildings, and then commercial complexes likewise. Because, it's a very, very critical issue actually. Before we arrive at any kind of, threshold, we should have an in-depth study. That's why, in fact, the KSPCB wanted to take up this. I think in the morning, our principal secretary might have, highlighted this aspect. We want to take up in-depth study. We want to have consultative, workshops like this. We want to invite the experts, get their opinion, how best we can take up in-depth study and then submit it to BAS. Because BAS is the body, once they come out with the standards, actually standards body at the national level, it is voluntary. Suppose I want to, use the treated sewage, I will go to the, nearest STP, this thing, I will order for that. Because standards are there, I know that BAS is a very reliable, the agency or authority in the country. If they has assured my quality, then I don't want to go to any other department. I'll go to directly where the STP exists. If that meets the standard, I'll do. Because, if you make it mandatory, there are many issues involved in it. In fact, the Pollution Control Board, had gone into this type of exercise in the past 5 years. And then all these things didn't work to our expectations actually. And, you have to monitor the quality. It is not that today it is meeting standard. All the time it should meet the standard. Who will monitor? Sensors will monitor. Sensors are also failing. We always say that all public STPs. See, on an average, we generate about 3,500 MLD of wastewater in the state, actually, considering our 314 urban local bodies. And we have a capacity to treat up to secondary level to an extent of 2,500 MLD. And that 2,500 MLD includes your 350 MLD going from Bengaluru to Kolar, filling the tanks, rejuvenating the groundwater. That is the project. Okay, in some places, people buy the water, like industries buy the water for secondary purposes, like Aravind Mills buy, then BEL buys the secondary treated water, and also the airport buys the water from Bangalore, STPs. These issues are there, and Karnataka is also, very proactive as far as this usage of treated water in other applications are concerned. But then at the same time, we have a lot of limitations also. We can't, outrightly say that, okay, this can be used in construction. We have some hesitation until unless the experts, come together. Okay, this is the study carried out for a short term, long term. This is the level of standards to be stipulated. Go before BAS, convince them, get the standards done through BAS. Then voluntarily, the things will take up. It will shape up. But make it mandatory, it will fail. Bring a law, it will fail. Don't do that. This is though I am a regulator, this is my opinion, personal opinion. Okay. So let it be market driven. Let it be, but till that time, like for example, ISO, it's a voluntary standard. I'm interested in going for ISO system because of some reason. I'll go for that. And somebody, look at me, okay, I am ISO certified organization. They will approach me for some services or goods. It's all voluntary driven. Once you make it mandatory, regulatory, all these things, it will make our life very complicated. It becomes very difficult to address this problem. Okay.
Sir, because you said it should be market driven or voluntary, I just have some, I just want to ask you something regarding that. See, we are in India or in this part of the world, we have a scenario like we always feel water is abundant and it is available. Till it is like very critical and scarce, people will not be volunteered. Because if we look into other part of the country, like other part of the globe, like Qatar or any other areas wherein there is a water scarcity for even drinking water purpose, they are using the treated water for construction for a longer time now. So why we have to wait for such critical time when we run out of water, fresh water? Why we can't bring it up much ahead for a better life of our,
No, it is a good question, madam. It is not that we are not using the treated water for construction. I think many of you agree that a lot of water is being used, treated sewage is being used for construction actually. But it is it is not driven by either the standards mentioned in the BIS or anything like that. But okay, one thing is you have to ensure, because there are issues, there are critical issues in that actually. Until you come out of those issues, you can't blanketly say that okay, you can use the treated water for construction. This is my point actually. Like chlorides issue is there. I don't know about the stability of the structure after 40 years, 50 years. Suddenly, if I say that it can be used, it cannot be acceptable to another thing is aesthetic issues are there. See, the people should be ready to use that water because poor people are handling that wastewater. Unless you say that, this wherever the wastewater is transported from the point of transportation to the point of usage, if the quality is bad, people are going to handle that actually. Smell issues are there, then fungus issues are there, microbial issues are there. Then poor people, they will not handle that kind of, this thing. Though, no human aspect or human angle has to be looked into. Yeah. So that is the biggest consideration. Biggest consideration. It should be acceptable to them to use that water. Exactly. See, you mentioned about the construction industry. Cement, hardly they use water in the product. I think you may know or you may not be knowing it. Cement industry is never. They use it for the cooling purposes and secondary purposes, so many other, but in the product doesn't. Concrete at the time of mixing, yes, that's where the construction aspect will come into picture actually. At the point of manufacture, water is hardly used. Okay, in the product, I would say, manufacturing. That wet process and all went, we were there 30, 40 years back, but no wet process are there. All are dry processors, cement manufacturing. It's not there. Second thing is, though they use water for, they require water for different purposes, even in cement industries. But then the huge requirement is there in all the cement plants are there in northern Karnataka, Kalburgi district. About 12 cement industries are there. We have a generation point at Bangalore. Then how do we transport that? There are other small towns close to this thing, hardly generate less than 100 KLD, sorry, 1 MLD, less than 1 MLD, 2 MLD, like that requirement is there. Then how do we connect them? This is an issue and a challenge thing. See, whenever we think about all these issues, we need to think from point of generation till point of usage. Actually, until we close the loop, we will not be address the problem in holistic manner. Actually, in a comprehensive manner. This is the point we need to this thing. When it comes to quality, yes, generation is there, sewage generation is there, treatment is happening. Okay, we stipulate as a regulator 7 parameters. pH should be neutral, and then BOD should be less than 10, COD less than 50, then suspended solids less than 20, and then your nitrate and ammoniacal nitrogen less than 10 and less than 5, and then coliform, okay, less than 100. Okay, this is not fit for construction, I would say. It requires further treatment. It requires further treatment and further assessment in terms of its other parameters, critical parameters required for the construction industry. This is the point I just would like to make it at this point of time. And BIS, I would say, if you go with a comprehensive proposal with proper studies, we can convince them, and then they are the body can do the standardization actually, and they have a lot of the process involved in it. They will examine, they will standardize, and then voluntarily it will be taken up by anybody for the market driven thing happens. Thank you very much.
To add to this, whichever water sources, whether it is a fresh water, whether it is a reusable water, whether it is a groundwater, the water has to be tested before using.
Absolutely.
And there, if it is chloride is there, if it forms HCl, it started corrosion. Once it starts corrosion, it loses the stability. That is the major problem of chlorides. So whichever water it is, it has to be tested. The source has to be tested. Then only it has to be done. And for that, contractors, without knowingly, they are using this. And I am having many certificates with me that we are certifying them. This reusable water can be usable. It is there with me here all itself, and that is going on. Important is everything site specific, because in concrete particularly, it is a reaction between water and cement, which hardens. So that has to be seen. That has to be completely studied properly. And then only, and standard, not only Indian standard is there, and even other standards also available with that. Methodology is available. So only the thing is, that is the procedure is also available, and it is using also in the market.
Great. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. I think a lot of interesting insights in this session, starting from, yes, sir.
I carefully listening to both experts. It's like a chicken egg situation. Which one come first? Now, what we have done, right now, the ECBC code, Energy Conservation Building Code, is getting converted as a Energy Conservation Sustainability Building Code. I'm part of the steering committee, 25 experts drawn by the Government of India. Under us, about 150, 160 working group member working. First draft is ready. So to resolve this, both policymaker and BIS, we brought in the requirement of using treated wastewater for construction purpose. It will sit in the code now, Indian code. And already 22 states and 2 union territory it has been notified. So ECBC code will be changed to ECSBC code in amendment. Next month, we will have workshop in Bengaluru. Through Well Lab, invite all of you to be there. Listen to the chapters, which will have a water, wastewater, IoT, building commissioning, facade, conductive heat gain, material, waste recycling. All the spectrum has been brought into the new code. Okay, this is one element I want to highlight you. So it's like this also debated. We had a 4th steering committee meeting. Code is not there, sorry, IS code, BIS is not there, what to do. You bring it, the code will come. That's it, it's very simple. The accepted, hopefully, public comments when we have 4 regional workshops next month, people will also appreciate and accept it. If it is done, then the BIS will bond. So this just I want to inform all of you.
Thank you so much. So just quickly wrapping up the session, lots of great insights. One is that in the regulation, there needs to be some kind of way to actually align incentives between the builder and the end user. Something about how operation can be standardized of the existing systems through these training programs, or empanel vendors maybe like Greentivity, who are actually providing STP operators that can provide a high level of service. The state of the science itself on whether it's safe to use wastewater with high chloride levels, that needs to be established through some kind of convenings. Not possible. The BIS advisor to BIS saying not possible, but we need to figure out a way to circumvent that then with additional treatment systems. And finally, ending with it actually being included in codes. Thank you so much for an insightful session, but we don't have time for questions. So I'm going to hand it over to Karishma. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Shreya, and thank you for all our discussants on this specific panel. We now move to the final panel discussion for the day. The next panel is on the topic wastewater markets and business models. This panel will consist of Mr. Gautam D. Singh, Ms. Maulya Donti, and Mr. Vijay Kumar N., and will be moderated by Dr. Christian Binz and Dr. Johan Mjorne. I'm going to briefly introduce them and hand it over to Johan and Christian to take this forward. Mr. Gautam D. Singh is a technology enthusiast with a passion for water recovery. He's also the co-founder of Boson Wastewater, which offers sustainable water management solutions. His work has been featured in several media outlets such as CNN, Republic TV, the Indian Express, and the Times of India. He is the winner of the Amrit 2.0 Startup Challenge run by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Ms. Maulya is a computer science engineer turned environmentalist. She has a passion for social impact and technology and is dedicated to solving India's water challenges. In 2020, she co-founded Tankerwala with her husband, Shravant. The company now delivers over 1 million liters of treated sewage water daily to support construction projects. Her latest venture is Blue Cred. It is the world's first treated sewage water training platform. Mr. Vijay Kumar is the Deputy General Manager, Environment Sustainability and ESG at the Brigade Group, an environment, sustainability, health, and safety professional. He has over 18 years of experience in sustainability reporting, GHG inventorization, life cycle assessment, groundwater remediation, water and wastewater management, and due diligence, among other domains. Our moderators for today, Dr. Christian, as said before, is a group leader in the Cluster Sustainable Transitions and Business Innovations at the Department of Environmental Social Sciences, IAVAG. He's also an associate postdoctoral researcher at Circle, Lund University, Sweden, and a guest lecturer at the University of Zurich. His research interests are centered on transformative innovation in the water, energy, transport, and construction sectors. Dr. Johan is a postdoctoral researcher at the Environmental Social Sciences Department at the IAWAG at IAWAG, as well as associate senior lecturer at Lund University. He's an economic geographer with a focus on regional industry dynamics and sustainability transitions in infrastructural sectors. He has been an advisor to European policymakers on regional innovation, digitization, and transformative innovation for sustainability. I would now like to invite the panelists as well as the moderators on stage.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot for the very nice introduction. And yeah, welcome to this last panel. Maybe to give a short framing for this session, one thing which really is unique in Bangalore is that we talk about all these problems we've also heard in the sessions before, but at the same time, there's incredible innovation going on and people are solving these issues, while we're still discussing in a way. So I think there's three main points where this is really interesting innovation is going on. One is advanced on-site reuse, so like RWAs that use the water not just for the toilets and the gardening, but also for more advanced uses like drinking or the swimming pools and so on. The second is this off-site reuse market, like that you can sell your treated wastewater to off-site customers in construction industry. Doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. And then the third sort of element is about IT solutions, platforms that connect supply and demand, Internet of Things solutions that help to automate how buildings work. That also doesn't exist anywhere else. There's actually other places like San Francisco, which I mentioned before, they're just starting to explore these things. And actual innovation and implementation is happening here already in these fields. So we would like to use this session to now look a bit also into the future. So what is already happening? What could be possible? How could we solve some of the sort of really difficult issues we've discussed before with our three great panelists? Yes, and we'll also look into the business models a little bit that are emerging now. So how can we actually create solutions that also provide value for the RWAs, for developers, for the industries that buy the water, and of course also for the providers of the technologies that sort of solve the problem. So that's the general framing. I'm looking forward to the discussion very much, and I hand it over to Johan, who will start with the first round of questions.
Thanks a lot, Christian. So I mean, we heard from the previous panel that achieving a consistently high water quality seems to be maybe the most important thing to enable a broader set of reuse applications, right? So I would like to direct the first question to you, Gautam, and ask you how your kind of plug and play approach and the system that you have developed kind of helps to ensure consistent water quality, and how you then through that deliver value to potential customers.
I'll set this context. So we started this tertiary treatment plant actually, which is designed to recover potable quality water from the treated wastewater. So it was around in year 2016 when we approached many of the apartments, and especially during the crisis year 2018, where we made close to 300 to 350 apartments to set up a plant where we can recover the water and solve the water problem, because they are running between pillars and posts to get water. They have to call tankers. Tankers are refused to come supply water. So when we approached them, and then we said, like, we will set up a plant which gives you a potable quality water so that you can fill it to your domestic sum. People are, even though they are in a crisis, the people are reluctant to accept this idea. So that's when we thought, like, okay, it's a long path or a different, it requires a mindset change, which is a long way to go. So we approached commercial buildings, and then we start recommending this kind of solutions. Say, for example, Orion Mall for that matter. So we set up a plant, we take the wastewater and then pass it to a multi-stage filtration system, finally give you a potable quality water, which meets the BIS 10,500 standards, so that they can use this water for the secondary applications like the cooling towers, maintenance, and other places. So they like this concept, and then we start setting up these plants in the commercial buildings. But the real problem still lies where where they produce the most amount of wastewater is the residential societies. RWAs are the one where a lot of wastewater is being produced, but that's not being best put to use because they have the problem. There are two problems I see from them. Is one is the quality. It could be bind to the multiple problems which we discussed in the earlier panels, like the design, quality, operations, and other challenges, because they're not able to meet the consistent quality. And the second most problem is, what do we do with this treated wastewater? Because as we discussed, like some of them, they're used, restaurant is being drained, put into the drain, which it gets mixed with the untreated sewage and getting into the lakes. So still, we have not solved the problem for the residents, RWAs, resident associations. So we came out with an idea, well, why don't we recover the potable quality water and then give it to somebody who requires high quality water? For example, industries, say boilers, HVACs, all these places, they need high quality water, and none of them are get access to this high quality water. What they do, they buy water from tankers, they drill borewell, take the water, and then they have to further process it before they consume it. So it's a problem for them. And when it comes to the association, residents, they're still reluctant to take this water because they have that psychological problem, because the water comes from their waste, which is being processed, and then even though it's made of potable water, people are reluctant to take this water back. So that's when we thought, like, why don't we supply this water to the people who really need it? So that's when we started approaching the residents back and then propose this idea, like, hey, we will set up a plant at your premises, we process your water, we take this water and give it to the industries, so that somebody can better utilize this water, somebody gets benefit out of it. So people like this idea, but thing is, there are other problems to solve. For example, logistics. So we need to transport this water from the residents to the industries. Again, we need to look at the distance, because something which needs to be sustainable, because we cannot put our system here and then transport the water from South Bangalore to North Bangalore or East Bangalore. This is not a sustainable model. So we decided to look at, understand the industrial pockets of Bangalore, so where they really need this quality of water. So we identified some parts of Bangalore. Say currently we are operational in South Bangalore, especially in the electronics city in Sajapur area, where we have put up these plants in 3 of the apartments. We make the water potable, and then we tied up with the local logistics partners. Even we all talk about there is a nexus with respect to the tankers, but when we get into the problem, then we see it different, because they're also running this business for to make money. Of course, these things. So we also understand they also have struggling to source water from. Say, for example, if it is in monsoon season, they get water easily. When it is summer, they have to run far off places to source water and then supply to the residents or industries for that. So then we approach them, they understand our problem, they're willing to support us. And then they started slowly understanding this solution is sustainable. And then they started taking water from us and supply to my customers, that is industries. So that's how we were able to make this one. And we are almost up and running this for almost 2.5 years now. All my 3 apartments, the water has been sold out now. We are adding more and more systems to that, to the apartments now. So what is that for apartments? Of course, the first problem of getting the water quality is not solved. We are, so how do we help apartments in solving the problem is, so when we put up a system, what we do is we take the water from the STPs and then we take it for processing. We cannot take any water which comes from STP. So we also, because STP is supposed to do the primary and secondary treatment, it has to be done by the STP. What we do is a tertiary treatment, which makes the water potable. So what we do is we monitor the water quality which coming into our system, and then we intimate the association. Say, for example, say for some reason the water quality is bad, so it gives us an intimation to us so that can be passed on to the association, so that they can take the corrective actions from the association front. So they can intimate the vendors to take the corrective action. So that way we are solving that problem, but ultimately we are solving the wastewater which is being unnecessarily being disposed even after the treatment. We're trying to best put to use somebody else. This is what we are doing here.
Thank you. So a key challenge that you mentioned was that supply and demand of water is not co-located, right? And this, of course, you can try to move supply or demand, but this is very difficult. So then this provides a very nice segue into a question to you, Molya. Because your company, Tankawala, has a very innovative solution to kind of trying to solve this transportation issue, right? Can you maybe briefly outline the solution that Tankawala provides in terms of connecting operators of high quality STP treated or third treated water with water consumers in the construction industry and potentially also beyond?
Definitely, Johan. First off, thank you for the discussion today. And the previous discussions here have been extremely encouraging for startups like us, who look at meeting people in the sector, as well as understanding what the market spaces here would be. We at Tankerwala, let me start by telling you how this all began for us. Like Gautam, I think we started off 8 years ago setting up sewage treatment plants. So we started in Bangalore, where it's actually headquartered. And right now, in the course of 8 years, we have close to 500 sewage treatment plants across Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Delhi, Bhubaneswar, and Orissa. In the course of 8 years, we realized that more than 50% of the sewage treated water, that is water that is coming out of the STPs, goes unutilized. It's not that they don't want to use it, but there is just no avenue for this sewage treated water. That's when we realized that we could build a logistics division to transport the sewage treated water. So what we do for the past 2 years has been taking sewage treated water from all the apartments and then moving the sewage treated water for construction. In the past 2 years, we've been able to transport 500 million liters of water. And the way we do it is we believe economics drives sustainability. So we believe that if we can incentivize each and every stakeholder in this value chain, in this equation, we could make this a sustainable model. So when we transport sewage treated water, we ensure that the tanker owners are incentivized through revenue generation, as well as all the STP owners, that is apartments and associations, are incentivized again through revenue generation through this model. Currently, we're able to supply sewage treated water for construction to L&T for their metro construction needs. We're supplying to real estate companies in tier 1 levels in Mumbai for their metro construction, as well as to ITDC. By doing this, we believe that we can really reduce the gap on the shortage of water that cities across India face.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up on that? Because
Definitely.
You talk about incentives and that you are trying to create incentives for the different actors involved, right? What has been the most challenging so far in terms of creating incentives for the different actors? And how have you kind of overcome this?
The first challenge actually has been with awareness of understanding. I think even in the previous discussion, there's a big gap or lacuna on understanding what kind of quality you need so that you can use it for various activities or purposes. So the first challenge has been about awareness. And I think the second one has been discovery of sewage treatment plants. So what we started understanding is when we put out word that we were transporting sewage treated water for construction, there have been companies across geographies, across different states who came to us to ask if we could transport sewage treated water for them. The primary condition for this transportation and the logistics between STPs and construction sites is that it needs to be hyperlocal. That is, the distance between the construction site and the sewage treatment plant needs to be very, very close. So to bridge this gap, this challenge, we founded BlueCred, which is a platform to trade sewage treated water. So on one side, we have STP owners, and on the other side, we have real estate companies who would need water. When we approach a real estate company, we ask them for how much quantity they would need and for how many years they would hopefully need this water. Whereas when we onboard an STP, we are extremely understanding of what quality they are able to provide, what kind of capacity they have as to how much quantity they can give. Beyond all this, I wish to say that we actually have micro labs that check the quality of water for every water tanker that is received on the construction site to check the quality and all the parameters that were actually included, like the pH, the alkalinity, the chlorides, and the sulfates. So we do this on the construction site because we understand that this could be the biggest obstacle for people to start using sewage treated water. So, and we hope that by setting up these micro labs and checking every load of the water that reaches the construction site, we could help with awareness as well as maybe start using this a little more widespread than it is right now.
Thanks. So, Vijay, you are situated in the middle of all this, right? Also on the stage, because a key customer of treated wastewater from STPs is currently the construction industry. So this is where most things has happened so far, and also where the biggest kind of demand is expected to come from in the future. And what would you say in general terms are the kind of key drivers and barriers for continuing and also expanding the use of treated wastewater in the construction sector?
First of all, I would like to thank Well Labs for me having here and giving me the opportunity to talk in this forum. From the morning, there were many experts were talking. There are disconnect between the regulators, association, consultants, and the developers. I don't see any disconnect. There has been a good design being done by consultants that has been adopted and developed by the developers. The transition, there is a gap. What I feel, the gap is mainly the proper transition is not happening. When association take over any STPs from the developer, they need to make sure the condition of key parameters and the key aspects of STP operations, whether the STP is well designed, it is going to functional, will there be any challenges in future when I go to operate it? Everything has to be looked into. Then when they take over the plant, they have to make sure the STP should be operated as per the design conditions, as per the operational standards, what they stipulate. So once these bridges get filled, there will not be any issue. I'm just answering the previous concerns. Coming to the point, having a STP treated water for a construction, definitely it is not only a quality connected concern, but also the mindset of a people. So now people are the mindset of the people, the construction industry, it is getting changed because not from the regulatory point of view, but from the market point of view. So as you see a lot of scarcity of water in the city, so we have to adopt what possible ways available in the city in bringing our products. If you keep on looking for only a good quality water where you don't get, you'll not be developing your products. So in that way, being a responsible developer in Brigade, we have been adopted usage of sewage water wherever we have a surplus of water. For example, when we do a mixed use projects in a phased manner, so in a phased manner, for example, 2-3 buildings will be ready and STP will be up running, working with the extraction of treated wastewater. We speak to the association people if there is any surplus water apart from their usage for landscaping and the flushing. We gonna have a MOU with them, and we take the surplus water for our construction. Not only that, and we also trying to look the possibility of wherever we are developing our products, we try to map the common sewage treatment plant being set up by BWSSP, and we are trying to explore the getting a good quality treated water from BWSSP to use it for our construction activities. For example, we are going to come up with one project near Yelanka towards Airport Road. There, Yelanka has got a 10 MLD sewage treatment plant, and we are trying to connect with the BWSSP officials to get the water for our construction activities. And not only that, as a sustainability initiative, and we have taken a target to be a water positive by down the line by 2030. In that aspect, I need to optimize my water usage and reduce my dependency on fresh water. So I have to go with the treated sewage, and we are trying all the possible ways to explore the usage of sewage, treated sewage water for construction. Challenge is that finding a nearby treatment plant to have the treated sewage is could be the challenge. And if I don't have any of my project near to my construction site, then there also I cannot get the STP treated water. If I go beyond a certain distance, mean to say BWSSP say within 5 kilometers, we can able to provide a tanker water, treated water. If I go beyond that, I also have a target of going net zero by 2045. If I go behind certain distance, my carbon emissions would go during the transportation. So I have to balance both. In that way, wherever we have a option of going with STP treated water, we are adopting and we are using.
May I ask a follow-up directly on that? So we've heard in the session before that, you know, the long-term effects of this practice of using wastewater in construction are not well known. So also your customers and dwellers, and they might have some concerns about this. Do you know about this? Or do they know that this is happening, that wastewater is being used in construction? Or are there some concerns that you know?
Yes, yes, that has been communicated to our customers when they visit our model flats. So that upfront we tell them, and in a model platform where we show them that the product development happens in such a way that all the sustainability elements taken into consideration while developing the products. That will be conveyed to the customers. It was there. The mindset was like that down the line 5-6 years back. Now the mindset and the market expectations are changing.
Mm-hmm. So the customers don't care too much. No.
Not really.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we come to the questions later on. Maybe as a follow-up, I want to dig a bit deeper into the practical problems in connecting supply and demand. So the issues, of course, as we've heard before, there's only 20% well-run STPs in the city, and finding them is maybe not very easy. And then also the customers that are around them, finding them is also not easy. So if the two of you could quickly explain how exactly you go about, you know, connecting this. Maybe we start with you, with your systems. How do you do that, and how would you do it in other cities, maybe that where you don't know, you know, everybody beforehand?
Yeah, that's a really problem, like connecting the supplier and demand, okay, buyer. So that's why this decentralized STPs are helping out, because centralized STPs generally that is far off places, and they're transporting from there to the buyers will be always a challenge. That's why we've taken the decentralized approach, where we go and reach out to the resident welfare associations where the STPs are functional. And as we discussed before, like that, not all STPs are functional. Some are functioning up to 70%, 80%, 60%. We try to analyze their STPs and then how well they're functioning, and then we choose those STPs. And when we decide on those resident welfare associations, always we prefer to go for a bigger capacity, so that when you put up a system and then recover water, the larger the volume, the unit economics will be better. So we choose those apartments or resident welfare associations closer to the buyers. See, we are like, when we started this concept, like we prefer to go near an industrial area, like for example, Bomsandra industrial area in Electronic City, where there are a lot of industries are there. And when we start supplying this water, and then we approach to some of the commercial buildings, like office spaces, we approach, and then we told them that this is the quality of water which we get, and this is the source of water. They want to, initially they were reluctant to take this water, and then when we submitted our water test reports, because we have a commitment, like we have a monitoring system which monitors the water quality coming from the system. Apart from that, every tanker of water which we supply to our customers, which go along with the water test report, where in on-site our person measures the water quality. And apart from that, we do take random samples every month at every sites. There are 13 sites we have. Every sites we take random samples, and all the times it meets this BAS 10,500 as well as IS 456 standards. So and then we submitted these reports and then showed our water quality, all these things. They want to try this and see, because unfortunately they don't have access to the good quality water. They have water from tankers, and they are taking the water from borewells. The TDS also are way happy. They were not able to manage and maintain the water treatment plants. They want to try this one and then started using this one. Then they're very happy about the results, because they stopped using the water treatment plants. They're giving this water for the cooling towers, and then they're using it for all domestic operations. They're happy with the results, and the tenants were happy with the water quality. They started continue buying this water. So I think going forward, we can not necessarily target only the industries. We can target the commercial places where they want to take this water. And ultimately, we want the residents to take this water for the domestic sum. Thing is, we have not made a big breakthrough there yet. The first residential society where we have put up the system, after seeing this system functional for 1.5 years, this summer they started taking this water for the swimming pools. That's the biggest breakthrough we made in terms of reusing the wastewater. But still a long way to go.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So you basically also go from door to door. You go to a place where there's a lot of demand, and then you try to convince both parties to collaborate in a way. So yeah. Okay. What about you, Malia? So does the app solve all the problems, or do you still have to knock on people's door and ask them if they want to actually do this?
For us, actually, it's been on the other side of things, in that we've received a lot of inquiries from potential real estate owners as well as STP owners to take their water or supply water. If I may elucidate, so what's happening is when we started supplying water for L&T for their metro construction, word spread. And when the word spread, we got inquiries from different parts of the country actually asking them if we could help them out with excess water, if it's an apartment association, or if it's a real estate company, about how we could help them procure the sewage treated water. The reason that real estate companies are interested in procuring sewage treated water is it's financially 30 to 50% cheaper to use sewage treated water. But also it helps them with, for example, their goals, their sustainability goals that they've set for 2030 or 2045. So we started getting a lot of inbound calls. And I mean, we started working on this and we said, why not build a platform for this? So we built a platform, and now we have a platform where we're able to match make this supply and demand. So we have STP owners on one side, and we have real estate projects that are coming up or actually in progress right now, and we're able to bridge this gap through technology. The other thing that we're able to do is set up micro labs at all the construction sites that we're supplying sewage treated water for, because like Gautam said, there's a lot of I don't know, this mental blocks that we have with respect to using it. So when we set up micro labs right at your construction site, and we will check every load of water that comes to you, there is a lot of credibility that builds in the minds of builders. And these reports that we generate from this is available online at our Water IoT platform for the STP owners as well as the real estate agencies to take a look at this.
A follow-up there. In this kind of fast-moving environment, you have already done this for quite some time. It might feel like yesterday you started a company, but compared to many other companies, you have been doing this for quite some time, right? Have you noticed any difference in terms of the qualities that the construction companies require or demand from you? I would guess that it started from very basic applications, right? And now you say you do micro lab testing on site. Is this due to increased quality concerns or quality requirements from the construction companies, or?
It definitely is. Also, so earlier, I think when we started the sewage treatment business, which was 8 years ago, there was definitely not much being said about reuse of the sewage treated water for construction, not at all. And we only started exploring this idea when, when we said, why don't we bridge the gap by using logistics? But as soon as we did start the company Tankerwala, and we pitched this idea to L&T in Bangalore for the Shivaji Nagar metro construction line, they took it up. They were the early adopters in the market to say, we'll start using it for curing purposes, for plastering, for concrete mixing. And even right now, they don't use it for all the activities in construction. There is still a lot of places that they don't use it. So everywhere there's human contact, we don't supply it. Everywhere there is, for example, even mine blocks. So can I give you an example of what happened? We supply to JP Infra in Mumbai. They're a tier 1 real estate developer, and we got an order from them. We released a purchase order. They told us, we can start supplying from the month of October last year. And for the next 6 months, we waited for these calls, and we kept constantly in communication with them, but they said they couldn't take the water because the construction workers there were not ready to to start using sewage treated water. So for the next 6 months, even though we received a PO, we were not able to supply to them. Then we said we will do an awareness program. So we went to their construction sites in Mumbai with a team of ours, and we actually we told them about all the qualities that that it's passing, as well as that we would put up signboards, because these real estate developers are worried if the construction workers would drink this water. So then we started dividing these areas where the sewage treated water would come in. We put up signboards. We said this is for drinking purposes, this is for construction purposes. We also did a lot of hand holding with them, telling them that we would even do these awareness programs till your construction workers were ready to start using it. It takes time. It took a lot of time, but also I believe more than the standards, it's also the mental blocks that we have with respect to using it.
So we made a plan who asks which question, and now we're not sure where we are. But maybe we can maybe a follow up. One key question is, if you go beyond Bangalore, what's the challenges with this? I mean, it's probably much harder to match supply and demand. But you're both, I think, also active already outside of Bangalore. So what's your experiences with scaling these ideas beyond this initial niche that we have here into other parts of India? What has worked, what has not worked? What are the key challenges?
So for me, we have, to be honest, we don't have any system outside Bangalore yet. We are exploring Chennai, Pune, and Hyderabad markets now. So one is, as a city, Bangalore is much matured, as we see as of now. The sewage treatment plants, the decentralized wastewater treatment plants are much more, much more prevalent in Bangalore as compared to other cities. But for me, I look at the functionality, how good the wastewater treatments are functioning. See, because I'm not going to take the raw sewage as it is. It has to be processed by primary, secondary treated by the wastewater treatment plant. So definitely we are exploring this one. But thing is, we have to see how good this wastewater treatment plants and the buyers, because when you see the water cost with respect to the these 4 cities, Bangalore is much lesser. Pune and Hyderabad or Chennai are slightly on the higher side. Definitely, there's a big potential, because wherever there is a water cost, higher water cost, it's a big opportunity for it's a big market available there, big potential there. So looking forward.
You, Malia, some experiences too, as I learned.
I think this business is driven by demand, and any city that we see in Bangalore is extremely water starved. Yes, like Gautam said, Bangalore is one of the markets that we started with as well, because we're from here, so we headquartered from here. But Pune has mandates for using of construction water for, sewage treated water for construction. So Pune has a lot set in place with respect to legislation, at least, and we're getting a lot of inquiries from Pune as well. Mumbai is a city that we supply sewage treated water, but this is not for metro construction, but this is real estate projects. The scale of projects that are taking place in Mumbai is something that I think none of the other cities are even close to. The kind of size of each construction activity that takes place is huge. And if real estate developers there can become early adopters of use of sewage treated water for construction, it could be it could be game changing for us. Hyderabad, we haven't seen much of inquiries as such, but we're taking it slow as well. We want to focus on 2 or 3 major cities, build our model, understand our markets before we start scaling it elsewhere as well. Though we want to see sewage treated water for construction being used in every building that comes up as well.
So Vitai, maybe a last question to you before we open to the questions. So we visited 1 or 2 RWAs which already use Boston Whitewater systems, and they're really proudly telling us that, well, this development doesn't produce any wastewater. We basically, everything is either used or sent off for other uses, but there's no wastewater created here. It's all sort of circular. And so I wonder, for the real estate developers, could this be a marketing strategy at some point, that you say, actually, we have fully water resilient projects that don't create any waste, and so it's sort of a really green, sustainable thing. So can you use that in marketing, and also in the future when you think about water scarcity getting worse? Is this going to be a major maybe selling point at some point?
Yes, actually, as I already mentioned, we have taken a target of becoming a water positive by 2030. And right now we are in a design stage of one of our residential project, which is in east side of the city, where we want to bring all the sustainability elements to be water positive, carbon as much as low with respect to embodied carbon and the operational carbons, and the zero waste, the residential project. Now it is under design stage. We are doing a lot of research with respect to water, waste, energy. In fact, last week I discussed with the Boston Water also. They are already providing a services to us in one of our commercial property. So we also looking how the market is expecting with respect to water resilience, because we see a lot of scarcity in most part of the city. There is a scarcity of water. People are not getting a good quality of water for their use. Lot of tankers, they are playing a role, key role, and they year on year or day by day they're increasing the prices as well. In that way, people are thinking that we should have a water resilient the habitat for them. So in that way, we also have put our thoughts, and we are working on it, and hopefully by once we construct this project, it will gonna be a benchmark project for a brigade, and the same model will be copied to all our projects in future. We are working on it.
Is this still a push from brigade, or is there also pull and demand from residents and commercial actors to be more kind of water self-sufficient?
To be frank, the major push is from brigade, and there is expectations from the customers as well. So in that way, being a responsible developer, we are putting more push on this.
And which ones are the hardest one to convince? The potential residents or home buyers, or commercial actors like malls and IT parks?
It's very easy in commercial sector than a residential sector because commercial matters. So we are finding a bit challenge in residential compared to commercials. Commercials, they are okay, and we are doing, as I mentioned, Boston is providing the services to us. We see how the situation improves. It is improving actually compared to if I see 5 years back down the line how people were thinking. Now the mindset has already changing. So we have a hope that things would change, and we can do better in water areas.
Great, thanks a lot. So I would suggest that we open. I have already seen a few hands up. So you were first, and then we move backwards. Yeah. Oh, okay. Or we start in the back and we move forward. Yeah.
Might end up here. Hi, I'm Samarth. Great discussion. It was very insightful. I have a quick question on logistics, because I think that happens to be some sort of a limiting factor when it comes to the viability of reuse from the discussion I just heard. I just want you to comment on sort of the piped infrastructure, the piping infrastructure, or is there some sort of an, a possibility of having a pipe grid for treated water like we have for, fresh water and sewage water? Like, is that something that is on the horizon, or have you heard in discussions, or is it very far off? Or being market players yourselves, do you see incentive to, accelerate that?
It's a good question. In fact, I asked the same question in one of the forum where regulators were there. So we only have a freshwater network and a sewer lines. Why not treated sewage back to the end users? They put an impose on us to have a dual plumbing system in a gated community. Why not it for the city? I don't know, the regulators are in the same mindset. Are there any program in place, a plan in place to bring up this requirement? But one thing what I've seen, there is they have put the pipeline from Elanka treatment plant to airport in between, anybody can tap the treated water. In fact, when I was working for my previous company, I had worked for this. We had discussed with the BWSSB, and we tapped the water for our construction activity. That is there in certain part of the city, not across the city.
Yeah, I, I I was the panelist in the morning session from BWSSB. Whatever you said, the pipeline led to international airport for construction. We gave connection to military engineering service on the way. We gave it to ITC. So in between, and now we are given to Prestige Golf Share also. Same line is extended. So if there is infrastructure, government will always be happy to do. Now coming to recycled water pipeline from a centralized treatment plant of BWSSB, the new Kempegoda layout that is formed now has got treatment plants and recycled water separately in all roads. So the separate connection will be given for toilet flushing and gardening from that line. And then the regular potable water to the kitchen and bathrooms. That's already planned in new layouts. In old layouts, we planned, but it is very difficult to bring. For example, we have a plant in KNC Valley near old airport. If I had to bring it to Jayanagar, it's not possible to do because so much of pipeline, narrow roads, and economics will not work out. So new layouts, definitely it is mandatory. They are doing it now. Now, coming to question to the panelists, use of recycled water for construction should be like a case study in construction industry itself. We had seen we are using sand, river sand for construction for decades and decades. Now, where is river sand now? We have changed it to M sand. So there is a because we went for a change. When we can, it is also important parameter for concrete. When we can change river sand to M sand, it is always possible to, if you have a will, there is a way. Use recycled water for construction. Make all mandatory things. See, if you want to have a test for the water quality, small laboratory, even builders themselves can do. The IS 456 water quality standards, there are 6 standards like pH, organic contents, inorganic content, like minimum, some minimum criteria. Those laboratory equipment will not cost more than 20,000 rupees. So they do concrete testing in a laboratory for slump test and also cube test, everything they do. Similarly, they can have this also. In construction, these things will always be common there in a big construction industry. So put this small laboratory and then take a recycled water. Now see, test that maximum 1 hour it takes to do the test. Okay, then use that water for specific purpose. If it is not good, use it for road curing, soil stabilization. So many other end users you can do. Only thing is we should have a will. We should have a there will be always, if you have a will, there is a way.
Adding to that point, we also using it, but not for the structures right now. Beams and structures we are not using, but curing, road making, wherever we can go with the treated water, we are exploring possible ways and we are doing it.
Thank you. Who else would like to react on that? You already have the micro labs. Could you just include more in them?
Definitely. So what we started doing at Tankerwala is on our own money, we've started setting up these micro labs. And like I said, we're checking these quality parameters for each and every water tanker that brings in sewage treated water. We're checking the pH, alkalinity, chlorides, sulfates for every load that comes in. And that's the quality assurance we have to give since we're in this business. Anything else?
No, so then could
One
be
query.
Yeah, there's a question. You have been
This
waiting
question
for a
to
long
ma'am.
time.
Nice. Thanks to note about this Tankerwala.
Thank you.
One query I have. I hope your secondary treated sewage, which gets into any of the construction site, is not a just-in-time kind of a funda. You will send the water, so your responsibility ends there. You have tested with micro labs, great. After that, somebody may store that water. What happens if I store it for 15 days, say 20 days, I don't use that water at all? COVID aa gaya, kuch ho gaya, somebody is gone for Dasara festival. What happens to that water? Will it not contaminate again? Will it not breed bacteria again? The same question to you, sir. You said you are going to use it from a nearest BWSB plant, secondary treated sewage, right? 30 BOD, 30 test solids and all of them are in that range only, 50 50 odd COD and all, right? Are you having another level of treatment at your premises, or it is just directly whatever comes from BWSB? Yeah, BWSB ने certificate दे दिया, so I am happy and I'm going to use it.
Definitely will not do that way.
Yes.
Ultimately any water used for the construction, it depends on the quality parameters only. So that's why we are exploring with BWSSB. I would say, if not secondary treated water, tertiary treated water, definitely we can use it for construction. But even inside, within our team, the structural people, they show some resistance to use the treated water for structures. But other areas, they are okay with it, and we are exploring all the possibilities.
So ours does not stop there. As soon as we start supplying water, we actually got into this line of business only because we wanted to create impact. So apart from doing this as work, we also believe that this could really bring in a good change in the way we use water, in the way we see water, as well as the impact it could bring by just using sewage treated water for construction. When we onboard sewage treatment plants from associations, we run through various tests that we discussed in the panel, and we make sure that all the water parameters are in the range. Apart from that, like the micro labs that are tested at the construction sites, we also have awareness and education programs for all the construction workers who are there at that site. So for example, when we did it at Shivaji Nagar, these construction sites continuously change because they start moving from one place to another. And a lot of times these construction workers are different for different activities as well. So we make sure that all the construction workers are well aware of, first of all, that they're using sewage treated water and all the do's and don'ts of sewage treated water. For example, not storing it for more than even a day. For all these activities that we supply, there is an everyday requirement of sewage treated water. So they're definitely not storing it. And even though it's at a very nascent stage, the demand is actually higher than what we can supply. So they're actually compensating it with fresh water because we're not able to supply sewage treated water that much to them. Apart from that, one of our team members actually stays there for the first couple of days that we start functioning to teach them and to onboard these construction sites so that we're all well aware of what we could do and what we cannot do with this water. Because yes, this water has limitations. Yes. Awareness, definitely. And we're trying to spread as much awareness as possible with the construction teams, with the real estate developers, with our teams as well.
STPs, the decentralized STP comes with 1 day storage, max 2 day storage. If you extend further, you may have to go with some further aeration and disinfection because residual chlorine will get consumed and again the breeding of microorganisms happens.
Okay, let's continue this discussion.
We have a question
Yeah,
in the
there's
back here.
one there. There's also one in the front here, actually. Maybe let's take both of them together, and then, or let's collect a few, and then we can have a last round of answers. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kushbu from Pani.earth. Maulya, whatever you described about your company and the work you're doing is incredible. I'm really excited to hear about this. I have 2 questions. I'll just tell them and then maybe you can package and answer them. Are the current standards for water quality of 456 enough for construction purposes? As an insider, what do you really think and propagate? Because we have technical advisor for BIS and everyone here. So maybe we would like to hear your inputs to go back in there and work on that. Second, you said there is mandate in Pune. Is that mandate for wastewater reuse different from IS 456? And how is it different? And internationally, do you have any water quality standards for construction use, which you have seen could be implemented here in India? I would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, let's collect maybe the other question. There's also one in the front, or is it only? Oh, it's here, the lady.
Yeah, so my question was a follow-up for like when you told that you're exploring more options where the a sewage treated water can be used like for construction purpose or like probably even a road construction also. The question is that what is the behavioral response when you explore? And another question is that apart from construction industry, do we also see any other industry in this trend wherein sewage treated water can be used?
Thanks a lot. Is there one more? Yes, there's one more there. Okay, let's take this one and then we respond.
This is a question to you all, but also I think as a reflection of everything that we've spoken throughout the day. We've spoken a lot about wastewater reuse, and we've peripherally touched. I mean, I think there was one conversation about the EMPRI training of sewage treatment plant operators. There was a reference to construction workers that you had, and then there were peripheral references to a lot of the skill and the frontline workers, so to say, in this whole sector. But we never saw talk in these fora about some of the social issues that are so integrally tied to this sector for us. And the fact that a lot, and if you're talking about Bangalore being the leader, how do we invest in our frontline workers, the sanitation workers? There is an article today I'm seeing in Citizen Matters saying the new STPs, the decentralized STPs is leading to new kind of manual scavengers. One works with sanitation worker networks where they are now trying to fight legally upon the definition of manual scavenger, because the act is framed in a way where these new forms of manual scavenging is being called hazardous cleaning. There is also Swachh Bharat Mission. There is the Namaste program that's coming. Somehow in this entire conversation, and all the conversation one sees in this sector, the conversation around sanitation workers, the investment in them, what is the implication of investing in them and those costs for any of the economics that we speak about. These are reflections that I do not see in any of the conversations. And given Well Labs has a big livelihoods I thought I should throw this into the mix.
Thanks a lot. So these are really good and really important questions. Let's make a last round, and maybe let's start with you, Gautam, with the question about industries. What other industries actually ask for this water, and maybe also what would be the potential future industries that you could imagine asking for this?
Yeah, I think the answer lies in the pamphlets which we received in the morning. That is, Bangalore, 25% of industrial water is being used in industries. So think about 25% of 1,400, 700 million liters. That's a huge volume of water, which is being supplied by the fresh water. So there's a huge potential, like we can bring down that water, at least whatever the water which being supplied to industries. Maybe we were not reached that to take it for human consumption, especially the recovered potable water, but definitely it's a good alternate for the industry. So we should start looking at that aspect, and then maybe we should set a goal that all industries should be using this recovered potable water for all your industrial applications rather than a fresh water. And definitely it's doable because all industrial belts, there are close to a lot of apartments nearby. There are a lot of decentralized STPs are there. Only thing is if they are functioning properly, definitely you can put up a system and then we can complement this water.
Thanks.
Adding to this, when there is no alternate source, definitely we end up using STP treated water. The groundwater exploitation has been an alternate source for not using treated sewage for any other purpose. When there is a strict governance and regulation for extracting the groundwater comes into picture, now the efforts are on. When it comes into picture in a full-fledged action, then I think the usage of STP treated water in place of fresh groundwater would take up a pace. That is one. And with respect to social aspect of sewage treatment and overall issue, anyway, morning we all heard what the regulators are doing with respect to educating the STP operators. The thing is, when we don't operate the sewage treatment plant as per the requirement and given a least priority, I would point this to even for a residential association, how they look after the swimming pools with similar importance they have to look given for the sewage treatment plant of operations. If that is not given, definitely no matter how best design you have done for the STP, STPs will not going to work. And when you choose a right partner for to run your sewage treatment plant, you have to evaluate the operators, whether they are technically sound, whether they have skilled manpower or not. Ideally, we should go with the technical strength of that operator than costing. So, but it's happening other way. Whoever comes with the low cost O&M approach, the O&M will be given to them, ending up with the spoiling of all the STP operations, discharging untreated sewage outside the premises to BWSSB train. To overcome all these things, we have to be responsible in choosing a right O&M where he has given a focus to give a proper training under safety and security, even personal hygiene for their operators. If you get such type of O&M partners, please go with them. So most of your STP concerns will be resolved.
Thanks. So Molia, you have the honor of the last word.
With regards to the question that was, I think, brought up by ma'am, if IS 456-2000 is actually enough to start using it for construction, we've used it firsthand. The way we started it is we said, why don't we start using it? And we actually had a team of experts in our company start using it for various applications. Right now, IS 456-2000 has been okayed and approved to be used for curing, plastering, as well as concrete mixing purposes. And for these activities, it is safe. It is safe if the STP that is providing this sewage treated water generates quality of water that is compliant with 456-2000. And so when we onboard STPs and STP vendors, we have a list of parameters that we want to take care of. It is definitely an issue, like a health issue or a hazard, if it is not taken care of. So it is of primordial importance if the quality is not in check. So we make sure that when we onboard an STP, all the parameters are checked. And apart from that, every tanker that is received is checked. And yes, for the activities that are stipulated in the IS laws, it is applicable. And cities and countries across the world have been doing it. And I think, like rightly mentioned, if the legislation or if the laws have to be changed so that we can use construction, sewage treated water for construction, let it change. But we will comply to those new laws and changes. But this is one way forward to bridge that gap of water shortage across the country.
Point to this one.
Yes, one
so,
minute.
Regarding the water quality for construction, do we need to look for other standards or something? Definitely we have, if at all you have facility to laboratories available and do that kind of testing, definitely we can look at it. So one thing we need to notice, see where the sewage water comes from. It is coming from your domestic water. So if your domestic water has the same contaminant, because your sewage is getting what is getting added, it's like human waste and some amount of detergents or anything. So if the water, sewage water does not meet, then obvious that domestic water also may not meet the standards. So that we need to look at, because many of the time we don't pay attention to the domestic water which we buy, because we believe that that water is the utmost purest form of water. Only the sewage is being given the bad notion to it. So we also should take care of your domestic water. That's what I'm trying to stress here. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. So I'd like to close this session. I mean, thanks a lot to our panelists. I think this was really interesting. Thanks for all the interesting inputs and questions from all of you. I take a lot of hope from this discussion that there are interesting solutions up in the air and they're already scaling, and that there's also eventually going to be interest also from the developer side and the resident side, especially if the water scarcity gets more extreme in the future. There's also a lot of issues to be addressed, of course. So we've discussed many of them before, and also the point that you made in the end, I think raising the livelihoods of sanitation workers is a global sort of challenge, and we encounter this wherever we actually work on sanitation, and it's certainly worthwhile of some focused discussions in the future. But yeah, I would like to close this with a big round of applause to everybody here.
Thank you.
And I give it back to the organizers of the event.
Thank you, Christian, Johan, Gautam, Maulya, and Vijay Kumar for the insightful discussion. With this, we have now come to the conclusion of the conference. Thank you, all of you, for being such an engaged audience. We're grateful that you took the time out, spent the day with us, and asked those pointed questions to our panelists. Thank you so much to the panelists as well as the moderators for keeping the audience engaged. We've truly had some very insightful discussions today. And just a big round of applause to the participants and everybody here for making this happen. We're grateful to our co-organizers, IAWAG and the Bangalore Apartments Federation. We would also like to specially thank the Infosys Science Foundation for collaborating with us and making this conference possible. At the Infosys Science Foundation, we would like to thank Ms. Bhavna, Ms. Pragati, and Ms. Swati for their generous support. In addition to that, we had staff from ISF who truly helped us to coordinate the logistics around the venue today. That's Ms. Minakshi, Mr. Janardhan, Ms. Kantamani, Ms. Siri, Mr. Lokesh, Mr. Srinivas, Mr. Ashok, Mr. Munindra, Mr. Muniraju, and Mr. Mahesh. Thank you so much for supporting us through the day today. I would also like to give a big shout out to my colleagues who organized the event at Well Labs: Ananya, Arjun, Cheshtha, Hari, Kavya, Megha, Meghna, Parthik, Rajesh, Rashmi, Saad, Sarayu, Shashank, Shreya, and Veena. Thank you so much for all your hard work, guys. With that, I shall now sign off for the day. Please join us for high tea outside and let's continue the conversations. Thank you.